Good afternoon, Red. Excuse me, sorry, I just had my lunch, so I'm a bit something in the throat there when I tried to talk. Anyway, welcome everybody. Hello. Welcome back to Race to Glory with Football Manager. Race to Glory in Football Manager with Wolverhampton Wanderers. Last time we finished up, we had just if I go to my transfers in here, we had some offers made on. We had an offer made on Ruben Neves to come back to Wolverhampton on a free. After being sold to Saudi Arabia for £47 million, he had 11 assists 2 years ago and 15 assists last year. He would be our best defensive midfielder by a margin. An exceptional passer, an exceptional, penalty taker and technique. He's not the greatest set piece taker compared to Samardic, but Samardic will be in the advanced playmaker position here. Physically, he kind of leaves something to be desired, but he will be a defensive midfielder, so there's no real worry about that. Would be a very, very good signing for us. I decided to change his contract offer, and I'm going to offer him more money, I think. I'm going to offer him 10 million of a signing on free, going to give the agent 1.5 million. And that'll be it. I think that this guy would be an excellent short-term signing for us, even if we only keep him for a year and we sell him on. I think he'd be a great deal for us. He would be an excellent addition next to David here. So we'd have essentially a whole new fullback. We'd have two new positions there in midfield, which would help a lot, given midfield last year was like one of our rotationary positions. As we can also see here, Evans picked up an injury for a couple weeks, so we're going to need to rely on Sasha, basically. Al Ittihad have made a Neves offer. They've got Kevin De Bruyne as well. Wow. We won't be getting him. I just also made an offer for Franco here. He's a super good attacking midfielder who's also 18. So if we brought him in, he could become club trained at club. We'll reject that loan back. Doherty isn't going to come to us. I'm going to negotiate with this guy. Fringe player, yeah, that works out. He won't need to worry about being registered or that for the European games, which is fine. He can play in those games for free anyway because he's under the age of 18. Giving an assist bonus of 5k. There we go. Perfect. Be great to add another young player to our team. We've got Daniel Smith, our new loan manager, in. Fantastic. Excuse me. Drink some water here. Got 500k for this guy. We've got another number of scouts improved, which is nice. How many more scouts do we get? Oh shit, we got 5 more scouts. Oh shit. Well. Oh, this is our shortlist. Hang on. Any of these guys scouts? Yes. David Williams here. 120k compensation for a great scout. Absolutely worth it as far as I'm concerned. So now we need to find some new scouts. Recruitment team, scouts, judging player ability and potential is at least 16. Right. Here's a guy with 2020. Not great adaptability though, but we'll look at him maybe in the future. This guy has better adaptability. He might be very useful. We'll try to sign him. Compensation of 575k is a bit much, but hey, we can afford it now at this point. So that's 2 scouts. This guy's also 2020. 1719 in Nottingham Forest. Argentinian, lots of different South American knowledge. 180k compensation, that's fine. That's 3 scouts. Ooh, this guy's very good. Wants to be a scout. Wants nearly 10k a week though. 625k is a bit much for a scout in comp. Guy's at Sampdoria. Probably get a decent enough deal for him, yeah. And only wants 170k in compensation. Great stuff. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 scouts signed. Oh, this guy's a free agent. Is he any good? He's pretty decent. Has knowledge of Spain. Wants to be a chief scout though. Let's see if there's any free agents available who are actually that good. No. Only one guy who's unemployed who meets the criteria. Oh, this guy has some more interesting knowledge. Yeah, I'll take this guy on if he can. He's willing to come to us for 5 years at 2k per year. Perfect. So that's our scouting department filled out, assuming they all come to us, which I think they will. I think I might have seen it once or twice, where a team will come in, try to get a scout, and they won't leave. Inter's also made a Ruben Neves offer. This guy's become unprofessional. If you see me moving quite slowly, I have made a mess of my foot the other day, and it's not really that sore to like move. It's not the nicest. Everything's a bit sore at the moment. I had to walk to get my coffee this morning, and I was like, oh, that's painful. That hurts a lot. Oh, ow. Neves has played for Portugal. Sure, you can have him. Leipzig have made an offer for Luca. $94k is the most expensive one there. Ill last week, broken this week. This isn't fun. No, zero fun. Go through now and reject all these offers that are below value. Bolton have offered the most amount of money, but it's over a long period of time. Yeah. He wants to go to Bournemouth. I think I accepted that offer, didn't I? No, I didn't. And I won't be. Well, Birmingham also offered a pretty decent amount of money, but it's over like a 3-year period. Bournemouth, if you give me 100k for him, 84k and a 40% of profit, sure. Let's see if there's anyone interested in a loan for this guy. Leipzig have made a pretty big offer for Lorenzo here. But honestly, we need to keep him because we don't have the striker depth right now. So we're going to hang on to it. Hang on to him. I'll hang on to Lorenzo for at least a little while still. Getafe did pretty... Getafe are playing Bareface at centre back. That's not where he should play, Getafe. He's not a centre back. Though if he does play centre back, he's a natural libero, which is wild. There is this young keeper at... who is this again? Brugge? I think this is... No, it's not Brugge. Whoever the fuck that is. Who has a pretty decent valuation, who is actually quite... has a lot of potential, it looks like. And there's also the idea that I might sign Arthur Tate still. Or Tiete? I think it's Tiete. Largely because I want to put a better defender next to... Nathan, because while Van de Ven is a very, very good defender, he's not the greatest. So that's 55 million there. That's his lowest end of his deal. That's what I'm willing to give you. 55 million over basically 3 years. We got Oxford, and then we have Stade Rennais. Man, it'd be nice to not feel like as bad all the time about being broken. At least, you know, at least right now I can still stream and stuff like that and not feel like shit because I can talk properly. But you know, there are definitely times where I'm like, oh, this is going to suck. We've made a lot of money this transfer window. Harvey Griffiths might be going. We might be bringing in Neves. Haven't gotten a confirmation on that yet, though. Portugal, we have a 21-year-old who is at Newcastle. We won't be able to get him. No one in South Korea. No one there. No one there. We got one in progress in the championship. Nope. Two in progress in South America. Fernando Croza. Left winger. Doesn't seem to have much in the way of potential, but you never know, really. And René Clemine, a midfielder, seem to be in the same situation. We have Juan Julian Banos here at Tigres, who looks to have potential. And Johnny Shore at NYFC, who's no, that's a no for me. No one in Ireland, no one there, no one there. Cool. So yeah, we just got 5 extra scouts. Millwall have made a loan offer for Evan O'Reilly. Evan, you can go there for the year. Moreira is making positive progress. Very good. He's growing, which is what we want to see. Monthly staff meeting. We'll request that to the inbox. We got our new scout here. We're going to get a notification at some point here that that Neves has gone to like Al Hilal again or something. There's Levi Colwell at Chelsea. Way too expensive for us. Carlos Estrada, the defender at Portland Timbers, looks bad and has no potential. So, no thanks. Ooh, can I name a youth player? You can name a youth player if you claim the redeem. We have a couple players in our youth setup who you can name as well. So, for example, you can't name Leo Shakhtar because he's a real player, basically. So if you see an actual real face here, or like a blanked outline, like Czech Van de Ven or Alfie Pond or Leo, you can't rename them. But if you wanted Wisdom 04, you could reclaim him and tell me what you want. Kelechi Uda is a player who has some potential. Evan's already been claimed. This is Anto's player who is growing quite well. Ray Collis is a player who has no real potential. Robert Jones here, Welsh striker. You know, there's a couple of guys around here who you could rename. There is... Where is he gone? Is he on loan already? Yes, there's Callis Buffon Henry here, who is an Antigua and Barbadian player who has potential, who plays on our wing. So if you're looking for somebody, they'd be interesting. You can feel free to choose the player you want to rename, and then you can give me the full name you want. Up to you. But once you, excuse me, once you claim that player, you cannot claim a youth player for this year. So, for example, we'll have a youth intake in March, and means that when that youth intake comes in, Red and QG, if QG decides to reclaim it, you can't claim it again, basically, until the year after. If you know what I'm saying. You'll have a think. No worries. Jesus Christ, friends. It's 80. We'll see if we can get him in. I have no worries here. Very nice. You'd be an important player. Yeah, we can squeeze you in on that. We generate 2.1 million per year in extra marketing revenue. Ooh. Jesus, you want a fuck ton of money as well. Headset just died. Just had Nikki repeating Philip McCrevis for a solid minute trying to figure out the joke. Yeah. I've just said that live on stream, so that's 100% going to be clipped and used against me in the future. But hey, that's fine. I've said worse things for less, to be honest. I think that seems pretty decent. I think. What other positions can you play in again? You can play center back, center defensive mid, and left back. Well, left back and center defensive mid, basically. Ooh, ow. Sorry, I sat down there and my ankle just went, nope, that's not nice. My foot was just like, no, that's not good. Music might need to come down a bit. It's possible. There we go. Griffiths has gone to Mansfield. Wait, you're telling me to register Evan and... You're wanted by who? Al Hilal, but you won't go anywhere because you just signed a new deal. Just checking to make sure that my U21s players are sorted here. Because Evan is no longer under 21. He turned 21 this year, so we have to register him from now on. But that doesn't really matter that much, given he's a homegrown player. So I think we're good on that. Oxford United is up next in the friendly. Ow. Neves has gone back to Saudi for the year. 500k per week, almost double what we offered him. That sucks. It would have been really nice to have him come back to the squad to you know, finish his sort of work here basically, but you know, Lorenzo Luca, what's the deal? 29 million up front. Reject that offer. Have you got it elevated on a cushion? I've got it elevated. I'm mostly owing because I can't really sit straight, you know, because I'm gay. So, you know, keeping my I fidget a lot. You know what I mean? So like, having it elevated is fine. It's just that it, you know, I move a lot when I'm talking and streaming, so I fidget, and that causes the pain. But I've taken some painkillers, so it should be fine. We've got Tiete. Wait, he has some potential. Give him a scout. See if he's actually any good as a midfielder. Ooh, a promising winger, eh? Give him a full scout. I was checking out all of the youth teams for the World Cup qualifiers that went on. I should probably actually check and see who won that. World Cup. So in the final is France, Spain. In the third place playoff is Portugal, Argentina. So Argentina didn't manage to go back to back. Bruno Fernandes leads the goal scorers with 8. Portugal are in the third place playoff, so he's still playing. Bukayo Saka second, Dominic Calvert-Lewin in third. Anyone else there who's a bit weird? Oh, Josh Sargent's won all the players, won the most players of the match, which is pretty cool for him. Let me just go back to all groups here. Oh, Burkina Faso qualified. That's a cool one. You don't usually see these guys qualify. A 19-year-old here. Center back, take a quick look at him. What about their U20s? Got anyone in here? No. U23s? No. B team? No. Okay. Very cool though. Very cool. Sweden and Saudi qualified. Nigeria and Mexico qualified. Morocco, Argentina, and Ukraine qualified. Portugal, Ireland, Paraguay. Ireland qualified. England, Denmark, Guinea, Netherlands, Mali, Wales, Belgium, Germany, Tunisia, Ivory Coast, and Slovenia. Brazil didn't qualify for the World Cup. They lost. They drew against Jamaica in the Ivory Coast, and then they lost to Slovenia, which is wild given that Jamaica only drew one match and it was against Brazil. Spain and Ecuador qualified. France, the Cameroon, Colombia, Italy, South Korea, and New Zealand. The second round, USA beat Mexico, Argentina beat Ireland, which that sucks for Ireland to get Argentina in that round. But hey, we did a good. We had a decent match there. Looks like we only lost 1-0. They didn't play fucking. Did they play Evan Ferguson? They didn't play Evan Ferguson. They had Adam Ida up front. What a terrible bit of management there. And Dybala won it on a penalty. Wow. Wales lost to Sweden in extra time. Colombia lost to England. Switzerland beat Saudi Arabia in extra time. Nigeria beat Tunisia. New Zealand lost to Portugal. Denmark lost to Morocco. Netherlands lost to Netherlands beat Slovakia. Ecuador beat Cameroon. Belgium beat Burkina Faso. Ukraine lost to Italy. Germany beat Mali. Paraguay lost to the Ivory Coast. And France beat Guinea. And Spain beat South Korea. Round of 16, the USA lost to England on penalties. That's a big fucking match, that one. That's a big match. Crazy stuff, that one. Holy. Argentina beat Sweden in extra time. Switzerland lost to Morocco. Nigeria lost to Portugal. Netherlands beat Italy. Ecuador lost to Belgium. Spain beat Germany in extra time. And France beat the Ivory Coast in extra time. England lost to Portugal. England lost to Portugal in the quarterfinal. 2-0. How close was that match? Doesn't look like it was close. I'll need to take the Ireland team next time, probably. Bruno Fernandes had a disallowed goal. Nuno Tavares scored, and then Bruno Fernandes scored. So it wasn't close. It looks like. Well, actually, no. It looks like England kind of got FM'd in this match. They had more shots on less shots on target, but they had higher XG, more corners. Yeah, I mean it was kind of an FMing, but not really. There's Ruben Neves now at Al Ittihad for 500k per week. Gone from Al Hilal to Al Ittihad. That sucks for me. Argentina beat Morocco on penalties. France beat the Netherlands, and Spain beat Belgium. Semis, Portugal lost to Spain. Argentina lost to France. And now the final is France versus Spain. That's the third place playoff. We're going to attend the final so we can watch Spain potentially lose to Argentina. Spain potentially lose to France, or France potentially lose to Leo Shakhtar Port Vale. Sure, you can go to Port Vale. We're going to have made another loan offer for Bentley. Sure. Back in a bit, no worries. West Ham have hired Michelle. Okay. Moreira's picked up a tight calf, that's fine. Some scouting results here. Fully scout that guy, he might be something. Definitely fully scout this guy, he for sure might be something. He is more of a midfielder though than he is a striker, but he's also very, very small. He's also like, hang on, I need to do the math on that. How tall is he? Centimeters to feet and inches. He's 154 centimeters tall, which means he is 5 foot and half an inch. Damn. That's crazy. That's a short boy. That's a short king right there. And tomorrow we have France versus Spain in the World Cup. We don't have any of our players involved in that. We don't actually have a French or Spanish player, I don't think, on our team anymore. Oh, we do. John Martin's Spanish, but he's not playing in the senior team. No, we have no French players. We just have one Spanish player who's quite young. He's only 20. So we don't really have any stake in this game. He's gone to Salzburg till the end of the season. We've signed Franco Masatuno for 8 million. This guy is for sure a striker more than anything else, with an improvement in his agility, in his quickness. We'll get him super fast. Once he's super fast, it won't really matter. Jack's gone to Bournemouth. That's cool. No worries. Let's take a look at this Spain-France World Cup final here. Where's this match taking place, actually? I don't actually know. I don't recognize the stadium either. It's supposed to be a neutral ground, so... There's an entire empty section of the stadium. That feels a bit weird. Let me just see where this match is taking place here. Hang on, 1 second. World Cup. Just want to know where this is going. It doesn't say. It's kind of annoying, but it's alright. Right, let's get into this match, shall we? France are playing Mbappe, Thuram, Neymar, Ribot, Tchouaméni, Diallo, Paro. Yeah, looks about right. Magnan in net, though. While Spain have Torres, Olmo, Pedri, Lazabal, Rodri, Gavi, Gutierrez, Laporte. Yeah, looks good. Looks about right. Two big teams going up against each other here. We're watching the Spain-France World Cup final here. We do not have any control over this match, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put from key highlights to extended highlights so we can watch more of the match. Spain with the first few shots of the match. We got something here. Kamara heads it out, running as part of Fort, who rushes down the byline. Fort pulls it into Pedri, who shoots, but it's blocked by Hernandez. Oyarzabal over corner here. Whips it. Powell is there, but Mike Magnan makes a good catch. We got a corner kick here for France. Lamar over it. Lamar whips. Powell heads it away. Kamara gets a second header, and Pavard heads it down to Thuram, who shoots, and it's tipped wide. Big save there from Unai Simon. Lamar over another corner. Whips it. Pavard is there, but it goes over the net. If only they still had Giroud, they could play him next to Mbappe and have Giroud win all the headers. Oyarzabal goes back to Mike Magnan. He boots it up towards Mbappe, who heads it down to Thuram. Thuram goes back to Mbappe, who's in behind, shoots. Big save by Unai Simon. Mbappe is going to rue that one. Lamar here with a corner. Whips it. Paul was there, but Gavi kicks it away, and Thuram picks up the second loose ball to Kamara. That's the end of the highlight. Gavi has it again. Oyarzabal gets it taken away from him. Goes to Thuram. Thuram goes wide to Diaby. Back to Pavard. To Upamecano. To Pavard. Through the middle to Diaby. Excellent pass there. And that was a terrible, terrible shot by Diaby. Don't know what he was doing there. Mike Maignan boots it up. Rodrigo wins the header down to Ferran, to Pedri. Out wide to Gutierrez. Tries to go through it, but Diaby intercepts. Mbappe can't win the second header, and Dani Alban has it here out to Gutierrez. Back to Javi. To Gutierrez. To Laporte. Almeric Laporte. Goes wide to Gutierrez. Diaby intercepts to Thuram. Thuram goes into the middle to Tchouaméni. Goes into Rabiot in the middle. Goes straight wide to Lamar. Lamar cuts inside and shoots. Thomas Lamar has scored France's first goal. France are up in this World Cup final. Big, big goal there for France. Thomas Lamar has buried it off the inside of the crossbar. Unai Simon can't be really, really mad at that one. It was perfectly placed. To Rodrigo. Rodrigo to Gavi. Gavi to Fort. Fort goes up the top to Ferran. He's a bit too far ahead. Mike Maignan holds and boots it up towards Pau, who heads it down to Gavi, to Pedri. Pedri out wide here. Into Gavi. Gavi eyeing up his solutions here. Plays it around Dani Olmo. Oyarzabal in behind. Shoots. Blocked by Diaby. Olmo. Whips it. Kamara wins the header. Oyarzabal down the left. Cuts inside with Pavard. Intercepts to Tchouaméni to Rabiot. Rabiot attacks out wide to Diaby, who gets past his defender. Goes past the second one as well. Turns and puts it back to Rabiot. Rabiot steps in and shoots. Unai Simon makes a good catch. Free kick here to Spain. Oyarzabal over it. Boots it in the middle. No one can get to it. Oyarzabal shoots. Blocked. Rodrigo's there. Can't keep it down. It's a fingertip save there by Mike Maignan. Olmo. Frips the free kick into Almeric Laporte. Theo gets a second header. Goes out to Olmo. Goes to Pau. Pau back to Laporte, and they recycle possession. Gutierrez with a throw-in. To Oyarzabal, back to Gutierrez. To Rodrigo. Boots it back post there. Can't get it to anyone. Rodrigo takes it down, but it's over the crossbar. Spain haven't given up here yet. Gutierrez. Upamecano wins the ball down. Tries to go back to Diaby, but Olmo picks it up. Ferran offside. Even if he wasn't offside, it wouldn't have gone in. Awful shot there by Torres. Unai Simon boots it up. Dani Olmo's there. Gavi picks up the second ball. Oyarzabal into the middle. Dani Olmo isn't right in the position. Diaby to Pavard. Pavard to Rabiot. To Mbappe. Out wide to Theo Hernandez. Down the line to Thomas Lamar, the goal scorer. Back to Theo. Into the middle to Rabiot. Back to Upamecano. To Rabiot again. To Kamara. Kamara to Upamecano. Across to Pavard. Pavard goes back to Upamecano to Tchouaméni. Out wide to Tom and Lamar. Dangerous move there. Mbappe's in behind. Simone makes a big save. Tom and Lamar taking the corner here. Laporte wins the header. Unai Simone boots. Upamecano wins it down to Thuram, who goes up to Pavard. Takes on the defender, gets past the first one. Still being followed there though. Choupo-Moting goes into Rabiot in the middle. Goes out wide to Tom and Lamar. Can't find anyone in the middle, so goes back to Teo. Rotated around there quite well to Diaby, who takes a whip, but unfortunately it goes wide. Tom and Lamar here taking a corner into the middle. Thuram wins the header down and puts it away. Half time. Tight match so far. If it wasn't for Thomas Lamar's one goal, you'd say that these teams are pretty evenly matched. Rodri and Gavi have picked up yellows already for Spain, and that's the only real other action. Second half starts here with a big swap. Eduardo Camavinga, Mateus Tel, and another swap there for France, while Samu comes on for Oyarzabal. Pedri to Pau. Pau to Rodrigo. Rodrigo into the middle. Ferran out to Gutierrez. Oh, big tackle by Tel there. Free kick in a dangerous area. Olmo over it. Puts it into the back post there. Simu's there, but inches wide. We are getting close to 55 minutes in here. France and Spain have done very well this match. Very, very tightly marked here, with Thuram coming off for Christopher Nkunku. Got a corner kick with Dani Olmo over it. Whips it. Ferran's there, but no header won. Goal kick to France. Pau Torres is looking very tired for the Spain team, with Fort now coming on there. 70 minutes in here. You would expect something here from Spain. Unai Simon has played very well today. Unai Simon boots it up. Samu wins the header down to Javi, out to Ferran, who gets attacked, but Gutierrez keeps it into the Spanish possession. Samu to Laporte at the back. To Javi Guerra. Back to Laporte. Out wide to Ferran. Ferran's at the byline here, goes back to Javi Guerra. Steps inside, Javi Guerra shoots and scores. Javi Guerra puts it past Mike Maignan. It's 1-1 Spain-France. And you can say that's been coming. You can say it's been deserved. Good movement here from Spain. Good pullback. Javi Guerra with the good step around Kamara. And there's a block attempted there by one of the defenders, but it just goes low. Saliba probably, or Upamecano maybe. 80 minutes in here. Excuse me, hasn't really been much else to talk about so far. 85th minute here, we got a highlight. Eduardo Camavinga into Tom and Lamar to Rabiot. Rabiot cuts inside and shoots. Gets it past Unai Simon. What a soft goal for Adrien Rabiot to score against Unai Simon. Unai Simon cannot be happy with letting that goal in. Welcome back, Red. Especially after his excellent first 85 minutes. That's just a bad goal to let in this World Cup final. Big switch here now for Spain. Changed everything up. Brought in a whole new striking force here. Pedri headers around there. Mike Maignan fumbles it, but it doesn't go into the net. Corner kick here for Spain. They need to score now in the next 6 minutes, or this is a France win. Balde. Upamecano heads it away, but Pedri is there to pick up the loose ball. Pedri goes to Gutierrez. Bad pass. It looks like Spain's done. Spain just hasn't been able to put together a final third performance here. And you can hear the fans there not very happy with it. Hard to argue with them, to be honest. Unai Simon has let in a very bad goal to end this game. This should probably be going to extra time, but unfortunately, due to a bad error on a case of a player who'd been playing really well this game. Nkunku to Lamar, back to Upamecano, to Mbappe, to Saliba, to Mbappe. Pedri intercepts and boots it away. Big tackle there. But Mbappe picks it up on the outside of the box. Tries to cut it back post, but Laporte is there. Boots it out to Williams Jr. That's the end of it. France have won the World Cup. Well done to France for taking advantage of some bad play there by a player who had put up a great match this game. Unai Simon was arguably Spain's best player. Kept Mbappe from scoring, and you wouldn't have assumed that Spain would have won if Mbappe didn't score. Watching the World Cup, yeah, this is the World Cup final. Spain have won it. Sorry, Spain have lost to France in the 86th minute because of a bad bit of goalkeeping from Unai Simon. All in all, though, it wasn't a bad match. I will say that it wasn't a bad match. Oh, it's Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's one of the stadiums in oh, that's right, we're in America. That's right, we're in America. So the Wolverhampton Wanderers manager Michael Redmond was also spotted in the stands. Yeah, I was there. We were just watching that because I wanted to see who won, and turns out France won on a bad bit of goalkeeping by Unai Simon. Of all the people, you would have expected him to do much better than he did, but he played really well up until the 86th minute where he let in a bad goal. So hard to argue too much about it. Honestly, he did a good job up until the last few minutes. He kept Mbappe scoreless, which when you do that, you'd expect to win against France, to be honest. But it's unfortunate. Didn't get there in the end. Leo Shatara's gone out on loan. Perfect. Bentley's gone out to Wigan. The board wanted to extend my contract. Let's do it. So France have won the 2026 World Cup. Ireland qualified and got knocked out by Argentina. England got knocked out by America on penalties, I believe. Let me double check that. Let's see. World Cup. The USA beat Mexico there. Round of 16. England beat the USA on penalties, but then in the quarterfinal they lost to Portugal 2-0. So they got to the quarterfinal and they beat America in the round of 16, which would be a big match for England anyway, and for America too. Harry Kane scored, Saka scored, Phil Foden scored, Rice did okay, Ramsdale did okay in the USA. Balogun, Cashlow. Cameroon, Carter Vickers, huh? Doing pretty alright there, looks like. For Arsenal. Their wing-backs and their goalkeeper let them down immensely. Christian Pulisic also played terribly, and when Pulisic plays terribly, you know you've made a mess. Same with Sargent. Josh Sargent did really well. He won a bunch of the Player of the Match awards. But Bruno Fernandes gets the I believe, unless the third place round hasn't been played. The third place round has been played, so Portugal got the bronze medal, with Bruno Fernandes getting the golden boot for the World Cup. Sounds about right, yeah. I mean, a lot of people would argue that they would prefer England to win, but I mean, I don't know on that one. Nobody here is going to be re-signed, it looks like. We're sending Sasha on loan to LASK. So we've just signed Arthur Tiete here, 26-year-old Belgian. Will make an excellent defensive partner next to... Where's Mickey Van de Ven? There he is. There's Van de Ven. He'll make an excellent defensive partner next to Nathan Collins. He's a better defender than Mickey. The only thing Mickey has is really over him is speed and technical. So we are going to take this deal. We tried to sign him last year, but we couldn't get him for a decent deal, so we've brought him in for 75 million over a few years. I'm going to send him on a intensive language course. We're going to ask Yusuf Yazici to welcome him in. We're going to go to squad registration. Arthur Tiete, we can register him for no problem because I think we can register up to 23 players because you can only register up to the number of players you would need to fill the requirements. We have lost a few English players over the years, so this sort of means that we're okay. The signing of Arthur Tiete is likely to cause a sharp increase in revenue from shirt sales. The signing of Tiete and players of a similar caliber can only improve the club's ability to increase merchandise sales. Ferguson stopped selling shirt present with supporters, and though Tiete's search will be high sellers, Evan Ferguson is expected to remain. Last season, the club sold 60,000 shirts, and right now they are sitting at 40,000. It was Ferguson, Luca, Rooney, and now Trincao and Tiete might very well end up as a option. So now we're going to play Stade Rennais with one of their players. So we are going to go ahead and put Arthur on the bench. You can also go on the bench, given that we have the spots for you. I'm going to start a bunch of the players who need the fitness. So Arthur, you can go on for Nathan just to give you some fitness. Very nice. That's a good signing for us. I think we spent 35 million up front, which means we still have about 60 some odd million in the bank balance. I think is, if I check our finances here, we'll find out real quick. Yeah, 65 million. We're still in the black register wise. 30,000 tickets are expected to be sold. 900 fans are coming from France for this one. Ad break starting soon, folks. So we're going to get through the rest of this preseason. I think we're pretty happy with everyone we have here at the minute. Oh, the reason I brought this guy in is because he's really tall. That's right. He's also got really high reflexes. But nothing else really. So... Terminate your trial. Sorry, Mr. Cuban goalkeeper. Would have been cool to bring you in, but you're not any good and you don't have any potential. As we're starting in a minute, Oshek has scored for the Belgian under-23s. Tiete has been to be revealed by me. The best part of his deal is that he didn't need a minimum free release clause, so he has no release clause. So let's take a look at this registration real quick. I think we've registered everyone we need to register. Rooney, you probably won't be playing for us this year, Joe. You're a fringe player, so you might come off the bench at a few matches, maybe in the cup. Same with John Martin, same with Kelechi. I want to keep Kelechi. Sorry, I want to keep Mikitani around because I want him to be homegrown at club. And the only way to do that is to have him stay at the club for like 3 years between the ages of 18 and 21. Yeah. So basically it means that you have to bring him in really young, or you have to bring him in before they turn 19, basically, to give them a chance to hit the registry. So the ads will be starting now in a moment. Once they're done, we will try to get to the next thing here, but I don't think we need to register anyone else here because everyone else here is under the age of 21. Yes. So that's all the registering we need to do. Sasha's out on loan, so no need to worry about that. Christian Mosquera has some potential as a Colombian wide player. We will give him a full scout. He's professional, he's got good speed, he's good versatility. Yeah, for sure. And he's also pretty, like, I wouldn't mind playing him on the left or the right. And he's not slow either, so he can do either wing. And he's either footed, so this guy would be a good signing. Largely for his potential. Oh, he has an optional extension by club, so if we try to sign him, I think he will just get that club extension signed, which means that he won't come to us, but maybe we'll offer him a deal at the end of the transfer window, just to be like, hey, we you know, if we don't sign anyone else. Leipzig have made an offer for Palmer. Right, we got to make squad numbers here. Arthur has no particular problem with a shirt number, so we'll give him number 14. David will be playing. You get number 6. Francisco, you'll be playing. You get number 15. Kelechi, you get number 34. Franco, you get number 36. Zach Hull, you can... I'll give you a number, but it probably won't matter. I'll give you number 72, and Callis, you can have number 53. It's good enough for me. Let's hit it. They're friendly now against Stade Rennais. We'll see how that goes. Probably won't go too badly, given it's Stade Rennais. We've bet them before in the Europa League, I believe. Squad numbers. Top goal scorer odds. Evan Ferguson's on there. So is Victor Gyökeres, Ivan Toney, Rasmus Højlund, Erling Haaland, normal stuff. We beat Rennais, Stade Rennais pretty convincingly. Millwall. Oh, Evan Anto has scored already at Millwall. Very cool. Very cool. He's playing as a striker too, which is what I like to see. He's doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Pretty good. Pity Anto isn't in chat to talk about how his player's doing well. So that's another thing, by the way, QG, is that if you decide, oh, I want to name a youth prospect after myself, or you can name a youth prospect anything you want to name them, as long as it's not super offensive. You can also just rename a staff member after yourself. So if you were like, oh, I want to name my chief scout or my loan manager or someone like that, you can just name them after yourself if you want to. Because I am simple like that, and I think it's funny. There's still out expected for a PSG match here. Let's check who's in the Premier League this year, who wasn't in here last year. Ipswich is back up. Who got promoted? Ipswich got promoted. Ads are now done. Ipswich got promoted back up into the Premier League. Nottingham Forest did as well. As did Brighton. That's right, Brighton got relegated last year. They have Fabio Silva up top, our prior player. Seems to be doing alright for them. He's got food poisoning right now. Ugh. Poor fella. He did make a couple appearances at the World Cup for Portugal. He's got a couple things left in his deal that might put him up to a decent value. He might play a lot of matches this year, given he is assumed to be Brighton's starting striker. With Matoma on the left and Pedro on the right. Anyone else who's interesting here? So many bots, man. So many bots. Anyone else here who's a bit odd? No, not really. But we are predicted to finish in 6th, which is kind of cool. That's the highest I think we've ever been predicted to finish. I believe, which is kind of cool. We are in the Europa League, which I am happy for. There is this Champions qualifying path. Let's see if there's anyone here who I recognize. Partizan, Qarabag, Dinamo Trelobski, Dinamo Minsk, Fiora, Shakhtar, Slavia Prague, Djurgardens, Molde, Ludogorets, the New Saints, Maribor, Ferencváros, Linfield? Oh, that's the Northern Irish team, I think. Yeah, Northern Irish team. This is a Romanian team. I picked up a couple of good Romanians from various teams, so might as well take a quick look and see if any of them have any kind of potential. Signed a new scout. Signed another new scout. Another new scout. And another new scout. That's how our scouts filled, it looks like. Let's double check that now in a moment. Yep. So we have a full scouting and coaching and medical staff. And our scouting has now gone up quite a bit because we no longer have as much of a bad rotation. Oh, does someone need a intensive language course? Yeah. Anyone else need an intensive language course? Nope. Cool. Ooh. You don't really have that much potential. So we might not bother with you, to be honest. While I do like, I've had a couple of very, very good players from, where's this from again? Colombia. From Colombia. Doesn't need to be as many here this year. Not as many who spawned in yet, anyway. This guy's for sure a midfielder. Well, not really. He doesn't have the passing to be a midfielder, but he's very, very good overall. Right, we're going up against PSG in this friendly. Then we have Chelsea in the Community Shield. It'd be nice to win another trophy. Oh, we beat PSG. Wow. Wow, we beat PSG. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I do love beating PSG. Yusuf is injured, so he won't be in this match. Let's go ahead and set up our starting lineup here for this match against PSG. So Kanechi, you can for sure come off for Mjorten. Gallagher on the bench. Alain off because you're tired. You can have Ryan Art Noiri, and we can put Festi on the right. Do we need another right back? Yukanari is apparently not as good there. I mean, I'd say he's a lot better than the stars give him rating for sure. David, you're tired. You need a rotation. Rooney, you're tired. You need a rotation. Lorenzo Luca needs to come off. Lazar needs to come off. I'm going to start Nathan next to Tiete. That'll be our starting centre-back combination. Nathan Collins and Arthur with Mickey Van de Ven on the bench. Alfonso Moreira can go up top with Francisco Trincao. Swap these two around. And in our striker, well, Evans just still not fit. So it might just have to be Lorenzo Luca, or you can play striker, can't you? Yeah, you can play striker a little bit. Same with, where is he? Rooney. Where's Rooney? There he is, but he's also very, very tired. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rest you for 3 days. Lazar, you get a rest for 3 days. Lorenzo Luca, you get a rest for a couple days as well. David, you get a rest for a couple days. Alain, you get a rest for a couple days. Artur, you get a rest for 2 days, just because you're going to probably be playing a pretty decent chunk of matches this year. So Lorenzo's probably going to be starting this match, given we don't have Evan Ferguson to start there. I'm going to put you on the bench. I'm going to put Gabriel on the bench. I'm going to put Yuki on the bench. Gabriel, you're a centre-back / CDM substitute, so you'd be going on for Mjorten. Do we need to put another sub on? I suppose I could put Zach Hull on the bench as a striking sub, but that's not really his forte. Let's see if Kidderminster will take him on loan. He's a Vanarama national level player, so it'd be a good place for him to play at least. Let me see if there's anyone else here I'd put in. Should I put Kalechi on the bench over John Martin, maybe? I mean, it's a decision to make, I suppose. That looks like our starting lineup. Trubin, Festi, Nathan Collins, Arthur, Raynick Nawari, Mjorten, Conor Gallagher, Drewsbury Hall, Francisco Trincao, Alfonso Moreira, and Lorenzo Luca up top. It's not a bad lineup, for sure. Could be worse. I'd be very, very happy with that lineup. If you were to tell me a couple years ago this is the lineup we have, I'd be like, okay, that's not terrible. It's far from terrible. High, and normal. I almost always stick the domestic cup and domestic league on high, largely because they have a lot of impact on the player's happiness. And if you have high bonuses, people are much more interested. People are much more willing to, much more willing to have good morale because of it. Freddie, could you go out on loan this year? No, you're only 16, you can't. That's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. I don't think I can send you... Yeah, I can't send you out on loan because you're not 17 yet. You'd be at least 17 to go out on loan. Dynamo Kiev lost to Apoel in Cyprus. Oh, that sucks for Dynamo. Club Brugge beat them. Hiaduk beat Fenevar. Hibernian beat Lega. That's cool. Oh, Stefan Negru. Yeah, I know this guy. Very, very good Moldovan centre back. They have Mark Taylor as their hot prospect, who is a pretty good looking goalkeeper, honestly. Very cool. Very cool. Nice to see good young talent coming in. Barcelona have made an offer for Heung-min Son. Ooh, that'll suck for Spurs if they lost him. Won by Fiorentina, Al Ittihad in Leipzig. Well, he's currently one of the two strikers we have, so you're not getting him. Finances are secure, very happy. Wembley are hosting the Community Shield, and Gallagher are excited to play his old team. I, for one, am excited to play Chelsea in another final. This would be our 4th final against Chelsea in like 3 years, I think. Chelsea. No, wait, where is it? Chelsea. Here we go. So we had them in the Europa League final where we lost. The Carabao Cup final where we beat them in extra time. And the FA Cup final where we beat them. So we beat them in 2 of the 3 finals we've played them in. We've only lost to them twice in the Premier League since we started to save. Yeah, we won 6 of our 9 matches against them. So let's hope we can continue this. Let's hope we can put ourselves in a position where we win this. Hull is going to Kidderminster. Very nice. Compile those match reports for me. Hopefully that'll help Kidderminster get into League 2. It'd be cool to see them get promoted as my my affiliate. With help from my team players. It would mean that if we had players who needed a little bit better as in the way of playing opposition, we'd have better options. Ooh! Evan scored a brace against Leicester. Anto scored a brace against Leicester. Callis didn't play well against Burton. Felixander played okay for Kidderminster, and Zach Cole scored a brace in his first game at Kidderminster. Very, very cool. I'm actually curious on something. Hang on. It's ridiculous and hilarious, honestly. You're not playing terribly, all in all. The Malden. Molyneux Stadium. Sorry, I'm just looking at the at Google Maps here just to see how far away. Oh wow, yeah. So Molyneux is relatively close to Kidderminster. Well, sorry, Wolverhampton's relatively close to Kidderminster. Didn't realize how close they were. I'm not the best in geography for the UK, but you know, that's cool. Yeah, it's less than a 40-minute drive from Kidderminster to from Kidderminster Football Club to the Molyneux. That's cool. Just wanted to kind of know how close they were, because like I've seen other places as well, you know, like Solihull's on the opposite side of the city, and Redditch is there, and Bromsgrove is there, and Telford's relatively close. You know, there's lots of other places to have those kind of things. Hey Anto, welcome. You don't know Irish geography? Yeah. Anto, your player has been loaned out to Millwall. I don't know if you realize, if you were here last time. He's grown really well. And he's just scored a brace against Leicester. in the championship. Millwall, I know. How dare you? Yeah, I know. Listen, I needed it was either loan him out to Millwall or loan him out nowhere, and he needs playing time. So he's at Millwall right now. He's getting playing time and he's scoring goals. So who cares? Red Moogle gets her comment censored. I would be shot by my own dad. I mean, in this save, you're from Wolverhampton, so you're born in Wolverhampton, so it's likely that your own dad wouldn't be very happy with you in this save being at Millwall, but hey, I need you to play games, and you won't play games at Wolves. Hang on, let me double check that. I do believe you are from Millwall. Why aren't you appearing here? That's weird. Dev Center. Loans. Ant O'Reilly. Information Nations. You were born in Wolverhampton, but you are Irish English. So. You're for Wolverhampton. Yeah, Wolverhampton is where you're from in this universe. You were born in Wolverhampton. You're a Wolverhampton boy. Which is really cool, given you're playing professional football. You're also labeled as the next Michael Owen. It's kind of interesting. You're growing really well, though. Like, your physicals have basically stayed the same except for strength and balance. I know those have gone up a little bit, but your mentals have improved a lot. Same with your technicals. Bareface is at Getafe. He's played pretty well there when he's at Getafe, so. We're in the Community Shield, by the way, Anto, against Chelsea. We just took a look at our previous matches. What, great, but prone to being constantly injured? Maybe. Your dad's still a Leeds fan. Not all of this is going down well at Christmas. Probably not, no. But we are playing Chelsea here, and as I said earlier, we've played them in 3 finals and we've won 2 of them. So what we want here is we want another Wolves win at Wembley. We're starting 2 new players here. We're starting Francisco Trincao at right wing. And we're starting Tiete at left centre back. Mickey Van de Ven is going to be coming off the bench from now on, basically. Or it'll be a swap. You know, whichever player needs a rest, Van de Ven will come in for. You're wanted on loan by a bunch of teams, and I don't think you will be eligible at club. No, you're not club trained eligible. So you know what? You can go out on loan if teams are willing to come in and make you an important player. And since that's going to happen, Mikitani, our Japanese wonder kid, will be going on the bench. We might need a new right back, by the way. Sugawara and Festia Bazelli are our only right backs. You might need a new right back. They're starting Mads Hermansen with Reece James, Antonio Silva, Benoit Badiashile, Ben Chilwell, Enzo Fernandez, Manuel Ugarte, Randall Colomwani, Christopher Nkunku, Raheem Sterling, and Victor Gokres. Very, very familiar team there. Nobody there who I don't think is new. I expect us to come back with the trophy today. We, however, have 2 new players in our starting lineup. They, however, have none. Well, Hermansen is kind of new, but we've played him before. We know he's not great. Luka back to Tiete. Dewsbury Hall tries to go to Luka, but it's intercepted. Chilwell throws it in. Dewsbury Hall intercepts. Gallagher's chasing down Ugarte. Benoit Badiashile goes to Chilwell. Chilwell cuts inside, goes wide to Enzo. Enzo gets past his defender and takes a soft shot, which Trubin saves. Moreira, back post. Hermansen picks it up. Hermansen throws it out to Benoit. Goes up to Sterling. Back to Benoit. Into Ugarte, out to Sterling. Into Nkunku. Christopher Nkunku out wide here. Into Raheem Sterling. Trincao tries to make an interception there. Tiete wins the header. Moreira up to Luca. Taken off him by Antonio. Nkunku out to Chilwell. Chilwell back to Antonio. To James. To Ugarte. Over the top to Colo Moranti. Back to Enzo. Victor Gokres gets that off the Enzo deflection. Victor Gokres is every right to be excited with that. Moreira over a free kick, hits the wall in his face. Festia Bazele out wide to Lorenzo Luca, who for some reason is out wide. I don't know why that's there. Shrewsbury Hall, back to Festi, into Hjulmand, out wide to Tiete. Tiete hovers over it, good stuff. ...22 minutes in here to Nkunku. Tries to go back to him, but Gallagher picks up the loose ball. Gallagher goes out wide to Moreira. Reece James gives him a big tackle, but Moreira keeps it in. Goes back to Nkunku, who knocks down Aït-Nouri, but it's not given a free kick as Hjulmand picks it up. Aït-Nouri is still at the byline here. James tackles, but Aït-Nouri keeps it to him. Ugarte intercepts. Goes into the middle to Enzo. Enzo goes out wide to Nkunku, who goes up to Raheem Sterling, who's in behind, pulls it back to Victor Gokres at the back post, and buries it. Not played well so far. Not played well at all so far. Moreira over a free kick. Tries to go to Luca. Intercepted, but Shrewsbury Hall picks it up. Goes back post there. Festi cannot win that header. I don't know what you're doing there. Terrible bit of play there from Wolves, to be honest. Not very happy with that myself. Festi to Gallagher to Hjulmand. Hjulmand cuts inside and shoots. Goes over the top of the crossbar. That was closer than every other chance we've had so far in this game. We are most of the way through this here. Half time. You've been terrible so far, guys. Sort it out. Let's do better. Ugarte to Antonio. To Ugarte to Badiashile. Ugarte back to Badiashile. Back to Hermansen to Antonio. To Ugarte to Enzo to Antonio Silva. Lots of passing around there. Moreira almost intercepts that pass. Goes over the top. Carlo knocks the header out, but it's only out for a Wolves throw-in. Collins over a dead ball to Hjulmand. To Shrewsbury Hall. Good pass to Moreira, who's in behind here. Hits it off the crossbar. Aït-Nouri to Hjulmand. To Gallagher to Moreira. Moreira shoots, saved by Hermansen. We're making some changes here. We've not had a good game here from Aït-Nouri. We're bringing on Elaine. And Nathan has not played well, so we're going to bring in Mickey on that position and switch these two around. We're also going to take off Alfonso Moreira for Rooney. We'll leave it at that for now. Festi with the throw in here on the left to Trincao. Back to Festi to Shrewsbury Hall in the middle, who turns, takes on every defender and manages to knock it in. Shrewsbury Hall has scored here in the 49th minute. Big goal for us. Need another one here. We got a corner kick with Gallagher on it. No one can win that second ball down, but he passes it across. Trincao can't keep it down and skies that ball. It looks like it was an easy goal there for Francisco Trincao, but he just skied it. Nkunku back to James to Ugarte. Ugarte to James. Antonio Silva to Chilwell. Nice. It was a good goal. Sterling to Nkunku. Enzo shoots. Struben makes a big save. Corner kick from Chilwell. Whips it. Back post. Lorenzo Luca wins the header down. We have controlled momentum here since the end of the second half, but we need another goal here now to make this really count for us. We are going to bring on Mjorton. You haven't played badly, but we're going to bring on Gabriel just to give you a rest. And you're also on a yellow. We don't want you getting sent off. Same with Festi, I think. Though that would be our last substitute, and Festi's played pretty well. So what we're going to do instead is Rooney, you go up top. Lorenzo off for Lazar. Luca has not played very well, and I don't think he is going to really manage much more in this match. I think having some speed up top would be definitely helpful. Throw in here from Matoro to Gabriel to Shrewsbury Hall. Cuts inside and goes past his defender. Out wide to Gallagher. Conor Gallagher takes on his defender. Good pass to Rooney. Rooney shoots and scores. There's an offside check happening here. We'll see if we've managed to draw it back to 2-2 here against Chelsea in the Community Shield. Check doesn't even go through. Rooney has scored. They're suggesting we take Shrewsbury Hall off, but we're not going to take him off quite yet. James, being pressed heavily here, goes back to Hermansen, to Benoit, to Chilwell. Up to Mason Mount. Goes for Gyökeres, but Van de Ven is there. Van de Ven takes on everyone. Puts it back to Festi, who goes to Gallagher. Back to Van de Ven, to Gabriel in the middle. Out wide to Shrewsbury Hall. Shrewsbury goes out wide to Matoro. Matoro out on his own on the left. Out to the byline. Tries to go in the middle, but Nicholas Jackson intercepts. Goes out to Nkunku. Big interception there by Van de Ven. Van de Ven goes out to Matoro. Matoro goes down the line to Smartic, who goes in the middle to Rooney. Rings it off the crossbar. Doesn't go in. Van de Ven to Matoro. Matoro holds it. Back to Van de Ven. To Gabriel. To Gallagher. Gallagher out wide to Festi, who takes it on. Goes to the byline. Festi to Gallagher. Gallagher into the middle to Trincao. Trincao to Shrewsbury Hall. Shrewsbury Hall to Smartic. Antonio Silva blocks. Smartic was offside. '89th minute here. Festi to the byline. Ugarte intercepts. Shrewsbury Hall puts it down though to Gallagher, who brings it to Gabriel. Tries to go out wide to Festi, but Mason Mount intercepts. Mason Mount leads the charge here, but can't get past Festi. Switches it out wide to Nicholas Jackson. Puts it in the middle to Gyökeres, who buries it. Victor Gyökeres has a hat-trick there. That's awful. I can't really even say much else there. That's an awful bit of defending. What happens if the Community Shield is a draw? It goes to penalties, but it won't matter now. Shrewsbury Hall goes up there. He goes straight to penalties, but it won't matter at this point because we're not going to win with Gokres having scored his hat-trick goal. Oh, we got a highlight here. Probably the end of the match highlight, but Gabriel heads it down. Gallagher to Festi. Festi goes to the middle to Rooney, who can't get to the ball. Tiete heads it down to Festi. Goes out wide to Trincao. Goes in the middle to Gabriel. Nope. Match blown dead. That's the end of this match. Chelsea have won. It's unacceptable, guys, that you didn't win that match. Awful bit of play there by us. We couldn't defend there. Maybe I shouldn't have started Tiete. Maybe I should have started him off the bench. Honestly, that's disappointing. That puts us to 2-2 in Chelsea in finals with the Community Shield and the Europa League going to Chelsea. It is unfortunately quite annoying that they have won those matches, but we have our first match here in the Premier League against Ipswich. Happy enough to leave Nathan Collins as the captain. Getafe want John Martin. Sure, you can have John Martin. He and Freddie Bareface can play together. That sucks as a match to lose. First match of the stream. But hey, hopefully there's a improvement. No, the Community Shield doesn't really count except for bragging rights. It's a final, right? You know, it's a... You're not going there. You've literally just signed a deal here. $58 million for him. He's just signed an extension with us. He won't be going anywhere, at least for another year. It would suck to lose him, given we got him for a free and he's done pretty well. Given that he's actually played pretty well for the half year he's been here. We unfortunately don't really have anyone to play in striker except for Ferguson, he won't be back for the Ipswich match, but will probably be back for the match after that, which I think is Chelsea, actually. Zach Hull scoring goals for Kidderminster. That's very good. Sending out John Martin for a loan deal for a year will help with his growth, and he'll get to play next to Freddie Bareface, who he might very well end up playing with a lot in our second team rotations. Club Brugge, sure, you can have him on loan for that amount of money. And we need to add another player in here. Kalechi. Looks good to me. These guys are all 21. My goodness. You know what? This can go. We don't really need that because it's just 3 21-year-olds chilling out together. I think we're fine with those guys. Right, Ipswich, we're expecting to win this match. They've just been promoted. Partizan have won. Good. Nice to see that. Zurich have won. Good. Yeah, we're expected to win this match handedly. So what I might do here is start... Yukinari there. Ryan can stay there. Yorton can stay there. Actually, you know what? We'll start Gabriel there. Just for a match. Just for this match, you can start there. Conor Gallagher. We'll start We'll start you in this position, and Conor Gallagher can come off for Lazar. Have anyone here who we could put on the bench? Yusuf Yazici's no longer hurt. That's good. Yusuf Yazici can go on the bench over... who was that? Mjorten for a match, probably. Just to let him get a bit of fitness. Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, that's good. Ipswich Town, 9th in the Premier League. Well, they're not 9th in the Premier League. They haven't played a match yet. Nottingham were playing Fulham in this match. It's the first opener, I think, of the Premier League, given no one else has played yet. Swansea have made a loan offer for Joe Hodge. You can have him on loan if you want him. Ipswich Town up next here. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to just give him away. I mean, if we got Neves, this would have been a great deal. But if we don't have him, who's starting there? I suppose Drewsbury Hall and Yusuf Yazici rotate there from now on. Oh, that's kind of depressing, actually. He's only been here for like a year, I think. He's played 11 matches for us and has 7 assists in the Premier League. Sorry, has 7 goal comps in the Premier League. We got him for 9 million because we paid to have him move to our team straight away. We wouldn't have got him until the start of this year if not. He has 6 goals, 7 assists in 21 appearances. I mean, fuck. I guess I have to accept this because otherwise he's going to get pissed. Where is he in the team hierarchy? I mean, fuck it, I guess. We'll take the money. That's really, really depressing. I mean, I liked the guy. He's done really well for us. He was a suggestion from someone in the chat a little while ago as well, and he's done really well for us in like the 20 games he's been here. But now he's going to go to Saudi for 50 some odd million, and I don't know if I can think of anyone who we can replace him with straight away. That's going to suck. Also, this guy is very underrated for what his stats actually say he is. So he will perform a lot higher than those 3 stars say. Time to start scouting. Yep. We're going to have to get ourselves a new attacking focus midfielder in. Ipswich Town, Wolverhampton Wanderers. Free kick. Highlight ends. Tiete over a dead ball here. Gabriel Moscardo to Fatisi. Shoots. Can't get it past Cardens, but does a great job to get there. With that 50 million, you should get someone good and young. Yeah. I could probably find someone who's dirt cheap for that. The big problem replacing Samardic is he is our set piece maestro. He has 16 corners and 16 or 17 free kicks. So he's like an exception. Like when he's out there, he's a dead ball master. So having him out there at any time means that there can be a free kick in a position or a corner kick, and I know it's going to be delivered really well. So he makes himself... He is dangerous from this position. So I had to find someone who's just as good at free kicks. Sign Ward-Prowse to replace him. I don't know if I can get Ward-Prowse. Don't know where he is. I think he's at Spurs or somewhere like that. I think he's way too expensive. Even for 50 million, I don't think I could get him. Samardic goes over the top to Lorenzo Luca there. Luca manages to put it in. It's an own goal, though, from Luke Wolfenden. Also, Ward-Prowse is a lot slower than Samardic is. Like, Samardic can move. Like, as much as he, like, isn't much of a physical presence, he's got okay movement and he's got good agility and balance. So he can still do things. Sugawara here with a throw in to Fratesi. Back to Sugawara, to Samardic, to Moreira. Big blocks there. Gabriel picks up the loose ball. Back to Collins. Samardic. Tete. Gabriel to Trincao. Big tackle there, but Sugawara is there to pick up the loose ball. To David, to Trincao. Trincao cuts it in the middle. Can't get it to anyone. Corner kick here for Ipswich. Gardner Hickman. That's a very English name. Samardic picks up the loose ball. Gardner shoots there. Big block. Luca down to Moreira. Moreira attacks his defender. Gets past him. Goes to Lorenzo Luca. Lorenzo Luca's out wide here. Wolfden takes him down, but knocks the ball out cleanly. Corner kick here. Sugawara over it. Whips. Collins is there. Cardinal saves. Cardinals drops it and then boots it up. Aitnawari wins the header down. Moreira can't win the second one. Gardner Hickman's there. Moreira intercepts. Samardic to Siete. Collins goes to David, goes around his defender into the middle to Trincao. Trincao loses it to Burgess, who goes back to his goalkeeper. Tries to boot it away, can't get too far. Gabriel wins it down to Trincao again. Trincao goes wide, gets tackled. Aitnawari picks it up. Goes into Smardic to Moreira to Smardic. Smardic shoots and scores. Lazar has put it in. Good goal from him. Might be his last goal in a Wolves jersey. Vickers to Seath. Chaplin to Wolfden. The Barrero. To Jan. Tries to go into Chaplin, but it's intercepted by Arthur. Goes out to Moreira. To Gabriel. Out wide to Ait Nuori. Ait Nuori into Luca. Luca across to David. David takes it on. Goes in the middle and shoots. Oh, a little bit wide there, but very close. Cardinens boots it. Luca wins the header down to Trincao. Trincao goes to Lazar. Lazar goes to Moreira. Moreira shoots blocked, but picks up the deflection. Moreira goes it back to Gabriel. To Samardic. Samardic goes out wide, the edge of the box. Chaplin takes it off of him. Goes out. Barrero, end of the highlight. Half time, 2-0 Wolves. Keep playing that way, guys. We can see. I want to see us actually score a goal from open play again. Lazar with Gabriel for Cheesy. Back to Collins. Collins takes on, moves forward, goes into the middle to Smardic. Smardic to Trincao. Big tackle there, but it goes out wide to Sugawara. To Trincao. Back post to Moreira. Gardner Hickman wins the header. Ait Nuori puts it back in there. Tackle. Nothing gained. Gabriel Moscardo wins it to Sugawara. Attacks the byline from the right hand side. Whips it back post to Moreira. But Cardinens intercepts. Ait Nuori with the throw in on the left hand side to Tiate, to Samardic, to Ferchesi. Or David. Moreira out wide. Loses the ball to Gardner Hickman. Wolfden. To Seath. To Burgess. To Batanero. Back to Wolfden. Wolfenden. To Seath. Out wide. Ait Nuori takes it off of him to Samardic, who goes back down the line to Ait Nuori. Goes up to Moreira. Out wide to Trincao. It's intercepted. Not good passing there. Vickers has it. Goes to Chaplin. Chaplin shoots, but puts it well over the net there. Wasn't even close to threatening. Dead ball. Samardic. Back post to Lorenzo Luca. Can't quite get to it, but Moreira chests it down. Vickers boots it away, and Ait Nuori picks it up. Ait Nuori goes to Moreira. Moreira at the byline. Whips it back to Gabriel in the middle to Ferchesi. Ferchesi eyes up his options. Shoots. Deflection. Leif Davis blocks it. Samardic over a corner. Dangerous in this situation, Samardic. Lorenzo Lucas there, but can't win the header. Trincao lets it go out for a throw-in. That's the team reset. We're nearly 60 minutes in here. Tete takes on this defender, goes up to Ferchesi. Seath intercepts. Trincao picks up the loose ball. Out wide to Sugawara, who takes on his defender, goes down the line to Trincao, who goes to David. David hits it towards the net and it's deflected out. Corner kick here. Samardic over it. Samardic whips it. Collins is there, but can't quite get the header into the net. Sugawara over the opposite side. Corner kick. Whips it. Tete is quite there, but Collins goes down in a heap. Lazar scored again from the edge of the box with a low ball. See, this is what I mean, right? We're probably about to lose that guy to Saudi when I would have much rather preferred we keep him. But no, he has to go to Saudi for a decent price, all in all. But, you know, I would have probably preferred we keep him. Sugawara hasn't played well. We'll put on Festi just to give him a break. Corner kick here. Smartic. Boots it. Collins wins the header back, but Gardner Hickman knocks it away. Moreira's there, though. Moreira goes back to Lorenzo Luca, who puts it in. There's a VAR check here, just in case. Goal's been awarded. That puts us top of the Premier League on goal difference. Leif Davis takes a free kick. Collins wins the header. Tiete gets the second ball and boots it away to Moreira. Moreira takes on his defenders. Goes back to Matoro, who's losing the ball to Chaplin, but picks it up to Samardic, to Frachizi, to Luca, to Moreira, who's in behind. Moreira buries it from the assist from Lorenzo Luca. 5-0. Looking for a right back, and you just found a 6'8" guy who can play near across the back. That sounds like a centre back to me, unless he has a lot of technical skills that he probably doesn't have. But that's an option for you for sure. Tiete intercepts to David, to Lazar, back to David. David goes to Rooney. Rooney goes to Lazar. Lazar shoots. Ooh, heat check. He's 6'8" with 19 jumping reach. Yeah, that sounds right. Usually when someone's that tall, their jumping reach is minimum 18 or 19. Lazar Smartic tries to go to Luca there, but can't quite get to him. Right, we're going to make a few subs here just for fitness reasons at 80 minutes. Moreira, you can come off for Matsu Antuano, who can play left wing. We will take off David for Kanechi, who can play box to box for sure. And that's all the subs we will make for this substitution. Mikitani makes an appearance here off the bench. Matsuano makes a very, very good move there to bring it back to Tiete. There's Mikitani over there on his own. Vickers goes over the top to Adiguara, who I think is offside. Goes wide anyway. No, wasn't offside. Festi to Mikitani. Turns. Makes a good pass to Rooney, who goes out wide to Matoro. Up to Masatuano. Matoro loses it to Burns. Burns loses it to Tiete. Goes back to Collins. That's Gabriel there doing good cover work. Collins goes out to Mikitani. Mikitani turns, make a good pass to Rooney there. Goes in the middle to Luca, who loses it to Pollock. Traore out wide to Burns. You only need a backup and you don't think you can afford him. Loan him in for a year, if you can. Festi tries to head it down to someone, doesn't take it down, even though he has loads of time and space. Adiguera turns, passes, Burns, Trubin, big save. See if you can just loan him in for a year, then Anto. He might be willing to come to you for a year on loan. Davis whips it. Collins wins the header down. Rooney's there. As will probably be starting at the end of this match. Rooney goes out to Masatuano. Loses the ball. But Tiete wins the header down to Trubin, who just passes it nice and neatly. Very good. Very good. Smartic over a dead ball here. Goes to Rooney, back to Lazar. Smartic to Festi. Festi hovers. Goes to Collins. Collins goes to Smartic. That's the end of the match. 5-0 over Ipswich. Very, very good. Very, very good win. Solid. That's what we were needing. Right. Herrera had 2 assists. Very nice. Ads are starting in 20 seconds. Once the ads are starting to run, guys, I will... Lazaro wins player of the week. Oh boy. That puts us top of the Premier League, I'm pretty sure, though, if I go to our competitions here. Yeah, we're top of the Premier League with a 5-goal difference. Let's just see what Ward-Prowse is going for. Ward-Prowse at Tottenham. He's 31 at this point, so his physicals have fallen off even more. You have 30 million. He has a 35 million release clause. Boars have blocked it, but then you talked them down. That happened when I tried to bring in Mickey Van de Ven as well. They were like, oh, we can't afford him. And I was like, no, you can. You can. Trust me. But yeah, he's way too expensive for what we're looking for here. And Ali Al Murasat here, Libyan center mid, is of a similar ilk, but he's not that good. He's like in the same sort of vibe of player. So we want is center mids who are transfer listed. Gravenberch is listed for 5 mil. I mean, there's a guy who's in a similar, very similar field. There's a Curtis Jones who has a bid for loan from Inter. Very similar guy. Conrad Leimer is listed at Bayern, but he's not what we're looking for. Shane Gallagher at Lincoln. There's Neymar. Bring him in. 23 million release clause. Well, 23 million. He wants it by Al Nassr. 20. Man, those physicals are fucking awful. Jesus Christ. It's your own fault. You sold both your backup right backs because they were getting to the end of their contract. I mean, it does happen. I'm going to see here if I can add in corners and free kicks and passing at least 15. There's Roman Ferve here who can kind of play as a midfielder. But he's not what we're looking for. There's Rodrigo de Paul at Atletico. There's Dominic Szoboszlai at Liverpool. Mason Mounts at Burnley. Sorry, he's at Chelsea. That's right, he is. But it's Tyler Morton who I saw at Burnley there. Bruno Fernandes is at Al Hilali. He won't come to us. He's won too much fucking money. Martin Odegaard's at Chelsea. He's wanted by Liverpool. He's way too... Sorry, he's at Arsenal, but he'd be way too expensive for us to bring in. There's no way we could afford him. Rafinha at Al Harab. Basically, if they're at A Saudi team, there's no way we could afford him. There's Brian Gutierrez here at Chicago. I mean, he's not terrible. He's also joining Tottenham. That's no good to me, I guess. Thiago Amalda at AS Monaco. Oh, man. Finding a replacement for this guy is a fucking nightmare. There's Oscar, the Spanish one. He might do. Physically, he's a fucking waste, but we'll see. He might be an okay substitute for him, at least. Whatever happened to Adley? Yassine Adley at Roma. Doesn't have the free kick taking or the corners. He's also injured. I don't know. I don't really want to lose Lazar. It will double our transfer budget, but I don't necessarily want to lose him. But hey, I guess I'll have to just take the offer. Arda Güler, he's at Newcastle. Went to Newcastle last year. So he's not an option. He's also at Newcastle. Yeah, he tends to go to Newcastle a lot. Probably because Newcastle have the money to buy him. Jean Martin is going to Club Brugge on loan. Very nice. Enjoy your time there. Mark Travers has picked up a pulled groin. That's fine. For the last 2 seasons, you've lost your transfer budget anyway. You see, I don't think that'll happen this year. Mines have signed Schelderup. Okay. I don't think it'll happen this year because this year we're actually pretty in the positive. Like the last 2 years, obviously we were kind of in here. That's when we lost our transfer budget. And this year, last year we, we're very in the negative, and this year we've not been in the negative as much. You know. It sucks to lose him at 24. It sucks to lose him to a team in Saudi. I mean, sucks to lose him, but I guess he's gone and we can't really do much about it. We had no intention of selling him. I had no intention of selling him, but he's gone now, so... I guess Yusuf Yazici is going to need to start there for a while next with Shrewsbury Hall. Oscar Gloukh. No, he's Israeli. I won't sign him. Simple enough. Hercules. Not really what we're looking for. He's an elite winger. Damn, I wanted to 2-foot him in training. I mean, I'm not going to spend money just to 2-foot people. As funny as that would be, he's not worth bringing in. Also, you wouldn't be training with him anyway until you're at Millwall right now. Evan will be back for this match against TLC. Yes, he will. So, Luca, you go on the bench. Evan, you're starting up top. Morton, you can go in for Gabrielle right now. Gabrielle can go on the bench over Mastuano right now, I guess. Francisco Trincao, you haven't played very well in the last few matches, so we're going to start Rooney on the right-hand side this match. Right. We're going to have to find a player because we've just lost one of our better central midfielders. There is Kendry Paez at PSG, I guess, who has the free kick taking but not the corner taking. Isn't terrible physically. He's missing other things, but maybe we could bring him in on loan. 75 million after making appearances now. Florian Wirtz, that's right. He's still at Bayer. $92 and 136 million. 400k a week. Ho! Ho, that's painful. He's expensive. Yes, he is. Gray, I think he's somewhere expensive these days. He's at Leeds. That's not the player we're looking for at all. No real... Like, he's a very, very good deep-lying playmaker. Like a defensive playmaker, but he wouldn't really be what I'm looking for. If we played a deep-lying playmaker instead of a advanced playmaker in the middle, I would be 100% for this guy, but this guy is 100% a deep liar. Now we could, let's take a look at this real quick. Now we could do this, for example. We could have you be, let's say center mid and attack, and then we put in, you know, a deep lying playmaker here. Which basically means you have to play David there, Morton there, which can work. But like that means that we're playing David there, and that's a lack of all of his really good really good mentals. Sorry, really good technicals that he has. That could help us going forward. So playing him as a box to box there works a lot better, I think. We would have to basically change up a lot of our defensive positioning and a lot of our team's structure. How much do we have cash wise? 101. Well, actually we have more. We have 114 mil. If we were to spend every penny we had, that would leave us with nothing in the wage budget. So we could arguably get Florian Wirtz. Arguably. Look, there's Lazar. Doesn't like he developed as well. He could have just developed differently. You know, he could have just developed into more of a defensive mid than an attacking mid, you know? He's also a pure... It looks like he's been comfortable at right back, so it's likely Leeds have been playing him as a right back. There is Coop Miners, but he's at Man City now. Boubacar Kamara at Aston Villa is way too expensive. Hugo Larsson is a pure Metsala. But he's not bad. For sure. There's Kenneth Taylor here. Is he... He's just trained at Ajax. There's Ruben Neves, who went to Al Ittihad. There is Billy Gilmore at Brighton, but he'd be way too expensive at Brighton. Hakan Arner Haraldson's at AC Milan. He's kind of what we'd be looking for. Taylor's good. Kenneth Taylor. I mean, I can see it. He lacks flair, though. He does lack flair quite immensely, and some of his mentals as a passer let him down. Like, his vision isn't great, his composure isn't great, his decisions and anticipation. If he had like 15s in those stats, I'd be like, oh hell yeah, 100%. But he's got like, he's perfectly mediocre, is how I put it. Perfectly mediocre as an advanced playmaker. Has decent free kick taking and good long shots, and also is not incapable defensively. But he's also probably as expensive as... Yeah, 89 to 107 million. And his wage is obviously less than Florian Wirtz, but he's still expensive as hell. There's this guy at Lazio, the Norwegian centre mid, who was on the next gen list a little while ago. Joelinton's leaving to go to Aston Villa. Xavier Schlager's at Man United. Fran Beltrane's at Vigo. Nope. Nope. I'm going to make an offer for Florian Wirtz. If we're going to lose Lazar... Well, we've lost Lazar now at this point. How much is he on a week? He's on 625k a week. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That's a fucking shit ton of money. Oh my goodness. Curtis Jones is listed. I think we checked him earlier. Where is he? There he is. He's listed, but he's on loan somewhere. He's on loan from Liverpool, so... we can't get him in right now. Also, he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but he's just not what we're looking for. Let's go ahead and make a Florian Wirtz offer. 23-year-old Florian Wirtz. Is... he's not as good free kick taking wise or corner wise, but he is more than capable. He's a great passer. Very, very intelligent and creative. Not terrible physically either. Reasonably either-footed. Let's make an offer. We have a slot, by the way, in our registration for him, so we can still get him. We'll offer 70 million up front, and then we'll offer 2 12 monthly installments to bring it up to 90. And then after 50 league appearances, we'll give you another 20. So that'd be 60, 80, 100 million for him. Not really willing to give you much more than that up front, at least. Chelsea have made an offer for Angel Gomez, who has spent time at Lille now and has done pretty well there. I think he won League One with them. Herrera still making positive improvement. Very nice. With Curtis Jones on loan at Inter, we could ask them to take over his loan, but I've never seen it actually succeed. I've never seen anyone go, oh yeah, I'm going to take over your loan, and then actually go to that team. Florian Wirtz, they've rejected it. Right, how about 70 million up front? We'll give you 30 million over... We'll give you 30 million over 3 years, and then another 30 million after he makes 50 league appearances. So that'd be 130 mil. I'm gonna go ahead and make that offer. See if he's willing to come into us. 130 million for him. That is more money than we spent on Evan Ferguson. We spent 95, I think, on Evan Ferguson total. But I do think it'll be a good offer. Evan's back from his injury. Sucks to lose Lazar, but here we are. Right, Kenneth, let me make an offer for you. Let's see if we can get you for... If we can get this guy for less than 80 million. Then I think we just take the deal. Because I think 80 million for him compared to 130 for Florian Wirtz is arguably better than the other option. Maybe I'm out of my mind. Maybe we should just sign Florian Wirtz and, you know, have him come in and be our best center midfielder. You know, he might score 10, 15 goals for us given how good he is. Right, they've accepted the 100 million offer for Florian Wirtz. We're not in the Champions League, so we can't trigger that release clause. We could have done it last year, though. Right, we can't give you that raise. Club that's in the Champions League, 140. No sell-on fee. Sometimes you just gotta go big. Yep, this is like the deal that kind of proves that we're finally like part of the big clubs, you know? This is the deal that proves that we are no longer the like dregs of the best of the rest in the Premier League. If we were to get Florian Wirtz in over teams who are, you know, better than us basically in every other position, shirt sales would go through the roof. So with Wirtz, Ferguson, Luca, Tete, and who's the other one who we brought in? Trincao. Those were like the top sellers. Wirtz might very well actually take the lead in that. If we win the Europa League, I'll give you another 700k. If you hit 10 goals, I'll give you 500k. Get relegated, I'll give it to you for free. Good news, Denmark have won the 2038 World Cup. Good on Denmark. Good on Denmark. Yeah, so the shirt sales apparently could... having Florian Wirtz could generate an extra 2.4 million in revenue for marketing alone. That's actually not bad. Come down to 275 for me, will you? You know what? That's not that much more than we were giving Ruben Neves. In fact, as a deal, I think this deal is arguably better than the Ruben Neves deal. Maybe I'll go back and look at my previous video and be like, what's the difference in deal-wise? But I think this is pretty close, or pretty, like, considerably better. Yes. So if I compare this with... compare with... He's not on that list. Ruben Neves. Compare with Florian Wirtz. Yeah, Florian's just better, basically. Except in defending, which, you know, Ruben's a pretty good defender, but we don't need Florian for defending. Attribute-wise, Florian has him beat in the Holy Trinity. He has him beat in... Well, they're basically the same free kick-taking-wise. Long shots, Neves has him beat, but not by much. Marking, Neves has him beat. Passing, they're the same. Penalty-taking, Neves has him beat. Tackling, Neves has him beat. Technique, Florian Wirtz wins. Mentally... Florian is a much better creator of passes. Isn't as good defensively positioning wise. Physically, Florian has him beat basically in every category except for jumping reach and strength, which, you know, those aren't really stats I care about for a midfielder like that. Ireland also made it to the quarterfinals, but lost 3-1 to England. Ooh, that would suck. Right, we got Chelsea here now. Honestly, if we sell Lazar and pick up Florian Wirtz, I think that's a good exchange for us. It might mean, though, that we'll lose Yazici or Drewsbury Hall. I would prefer to lose the Yazici because Yazici is not English. As much as that is a bit bad of me to say, we need a player who is homegrown at club because we need to keep those homegrown at club players high. Is there anyone here who I'd like to switch out for this match? Yusuf should be an advanced playmaker on attack. There we go. Ferguson, 45 minutes. You know what, Luca? You can start this match, even though you've not played very well. Mikitani is growing. What's he training as? Defensive midfielder on support. Train as a box-to-box in the... Well, actually, no. This guy is a purely defensive midfielder, to be honest. Yeah, he's a pure defensive midfielder. Are Chelsea in the Europa League this year? I don't think so. I think they're in the Champions League. You understand you're not being a dick to English for being dicks 8 years ago? Listen, not me saying it. Don't shoot me, I'm just the messenger. Is there anyone there who I'd like to switch on? There's at least one final we can't play them in. I swear to God, if we get to the Carabao Cup final and the FA Cup final again, we play Chelsea in either of them, I will be mad. I swear to God. We're at the Molyneux though, so that's that gives us a slight advantage over them. You know what would be really funny, given our first year run in the Europa League, if we get to the final and we take on Juventus, who we hammered 10-0, 10-1 in aggregate the first year we were in that league. Right, Gyökeres takes the kickoff here. Chilwell to Nkunku. Nkunku out wide. Being chased down by Rooney. Goes back post to Pulisic. Loses the header to Moreira. Luca holds it up here. To Moreira. End of the highlight. We got a throw in here from Ben Chilwell. To Sterling. Back to Chilwell. Back to Ugarte. To Benoit. Back to Chilwell. Back to Benoit. Intercepts. Benoit takes it back off of him. But Fratizelli here doing a great job. David just absolutely bossing that midfield there, taking on the defender. Moreira cuts inside. Moreira shoots, deflects in. Alfonso Moreira scores off the David assist. Chelsea are their main rivals of this save at the moment. It feels like it. Let me check something real quick here. Wolves. Are we starting to build a rivalry against them? No. There's no rivalry appearing here yet in the other rival section, but maybe at some point they will. It'd be cool if they did. Great bit of movement there from Moreira. Throw in from Aït-Nouri, back to Yusuf, to Hjulmand in the middle. Hjulmand turns, passes to David. David can't find the pass, has to go back to Collins. To Sugawara. To David, back to Collins, being pressed by Gokares, but Nathan holds it up there, but bad pass there from Hjulmand. Sterling has to turn and go back. Aït-Nouri can't keep it away from him. Pulisic goes in the middle to Gokares. Trubin makes a big save there. Pulisic taking a corner. Whips it. Loops it up high, but Trubin claims it out of the air. James to Pulisic to James to Enzo. Enzo goes back to Gokares. Goes over the crossbar. "25 minutes in here. We're doing well so far. Fulham are second in the Premier League, Anto. Back post to Collins. Collins picks up the rebound and gets to bury it. Question: what has made FM harder for those who've played it for a long time? Saudi money or Brexit? Brexit. Saudi money arguably made it easier because you can sell players for more money. Like, let me put it this way, right? If Al Hediad hadn't come in to try and take away Lazar Samardzic, he probably would have stayed with us, and I wouldn't have considered going out and getting Florian Wirtz, and he would have stayed here. He scored a brace in his first game of the season for us against Ipswich. But if you know, before that it was China. China invested a bunch of money into their football team and brought into their football leagues and brought in some big players like Hulk and Oscar. But you know, they're no longer doing that sort of stuff because it just cost them a bunch of money and didn't really do anything to help build the Chinese national team, which they learned very quickly. Brexit, however, made it very difficult because now you need work permits for every player you want to bring in. You need and if you don't make those work permits, then you can't. The player will probably not sign for you, or if they do sign for you, you got to find a loan for them, which makes them harder to get homegrown. So, for example, let's say this was 2 years ago and this was FM22 and Brexit had come in and ESE slots didn't exist yet. And I wanted to bring in Mikitani, the Japanese wonder kid there. He probably wouldn't have gotten a work permit 2 years ago. And he would have just ended up in a situation where I would have either had to loan him back to Japan until he got actual Japanese caps, or I would have just been like, okay, I can't bother bringing him in because he's just never going to play for me. Hey NBA, how you doing? I'm good. Thanks for asking. We were just talking about how Brexit made FM harder if you're playing in England compared to Saudi money, because Saudi money means that you can play in like a lower tier team in like Europe. You can play in Poland or in like Austria or places like that, and you'll almost always find a team who's willing to spend 30 or 40 million on your players, which is way too much money to be spending on a player from Austria or Poland. But you know, you can get that in FM24. You couldn't get it in FM22 or FM21 because the Saudis hadn't come along and weren't spending a bunch of money trying to sports watch their country, but now they are. So, you know. Hermanson to Enzo. Sterling's there. Puts it back to Badiashile. To Chilwell. To Sterling. Rooney, big tackle there, but can't keep it off of him. Nkunku goes wide to Pulisic. Goes to Nkunku. Goes to Sterling. Sterling goes back to Nkunku, who shoots, and Truman makes a big save. Difficulty in FM is based mostly on the squad restrictions in the league. Yes. Pulisic. Lorenzo Luca heads it away. So, for example, with that in Poland, in every single league match, you have to play an under 21 Polish player. And I think one of them has to be a homegrown club player. And in the league cup, then you have to play 2 U21s players who are Polish, who are your own club trained player. So it's very difficult to, like, you know, have a bunch of players in your squad who are super young and super good, who are playing every match. But also, again, you're in Poland, so the difficulty of the difficulty to start winning in the league is not that hard. You know, it's once you get in a couple players who are any good, and you have money from the Conference League and from other stuff. Ooh, Truba makes a fantastic save there. Once you have money from Europe, Poland's just a walkover. But you have to remember to keep players on your team who can play in those league matches and the cup matches. Because otherwise you're playing grayed out players, and obviously you want to, like, dominate the league, and you can only really do that with players who are really, really good. You like work permits to an extent? I mean, I think they're a waste of time. Especially for footballers. More so for people in a normal everyday life. But, like, you know. You don't think they should be considered until the championship? See, I would argue the opposite. I would argue if you're going to have them, you got to have them for the highest ranked teams. Because that way the highest ranked teams can't just spend all the money on the players that they want. You know? So if you want, like, a player from Portugal, for say, just because I'm playing Wolves right now, and that he's underage, he's like 20 or 19 or something like that, and a team from the championship comes in and says, hey, we'll give you 9 million for him because he will be a great addition to our team. Lorenzo Lucas just scored for us. Very nice. But then a team from the Premier League comes in and says, hey, we'll give you 25 million, but he wouldn't get a Premier League work permit. The team from the championship will get him, and that might make the championship team more likely to, you know, get into the Premier League at a little bit more parity. Easier to get into the championship, and then Prem it's harder. Like, let's be honest here, the championship is the best second tier league in the world. It's arguably better than most other European first tiers, aside from, like, the big ones, you know, aside from, like, Spain and France. And big save there from Trubin again. Championship is a top 5 league? No, it's not. It's like a top 10 league, I'd say. Maybe top 15, depending on what's going on in other leagues. But it's definitely, like, better than every other second tier in the world, basically. Prem, La Liga, Bundesliga, Championship, Serie A. Nope. Prem, La Liga. Prem, Bundesliga. La Liga, Serie A. Portugal. Never count France as a top 5 league. If you don't count France as a top 5 league because of PSG, then you can't count the Premier League as a top 5 league because of every team in the top 6 being owned by Saudis. I'm going to bring on Evan Ferguson just to give him a round of rest. The Prem and Championship are run by separate groups, so a split with the work permit rule there might actually be able to happen. Yeah, because like the Premier League is its own entity. It was put on top of the English pyramid like a couple decades ago, I think. So much fun being the champion last season. Such a good league. The Championship is the toughest league in is the toughest league to get into and the toughest league to get out of in the world. Like when people do these like race to like, you know, road to glories with like teams in like the 10th tier, you'll often see them go from like tier 10 to tier 5 in like 6 years, and then they'll like get to tier 2 and then they'll be stuck there for a few years because the switch from amateur to pro to semi-pro is very, very, very big. Also, the fact that they didn't score there was ridiculous, but I'll take it. Okay, they scored. That's fair. They deserve that, to be honest. The Championship is the most evenly matched league. Yeah, I'd say there's like when it comes to like parity, the Championship is probably the best league in the world. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you guys serious? That might be some of the worst defending I think I've ever seen in this game. League 1, League 2 Vanarama probably has the smallest skill gaps. I'd say it's close. I would say it's not as close as, like, if you win the Vanarama, you can immediately get back-to-back promotions and end up in... Wow, Mickey Vanderbilt is on a 6.2. Holy shit. Like, I don't think you can just be like, oh, I'm gonna go immediately from the Vanarama to, like, the Championship. But I do think you can definitely, like, build on a Vanarama National win to get to the to League 1 or the Championship. Usually what happens to me is I'll win the Vanarama National, and then I'll either spend a year in League 2, like adjusting to the fact that all of a sudden my players are professional, or I will immediately jump up from League 2 to League 1 and then spend a year recovering from the fact that my players need like actual wages instead of being on all in semi-pro contracts. That was almost the biggest battle I think I've had this year. That was ridiculous. We had Jekyll and Hyde performance, guys. That was awful in the second half. Zach Cole played well at Kidderminster. Callis played well there. Evan Anto played okay. I mean, 106 million for that guy compared to 130 for that guy. It's okay. This year FM's been pretty poor. I mean, I've enjoyed it this year. I had a good time with it. FM25 comes out at the end of season. Doesn't bother me. I've liked FM24 and I've really enjoyed my time with it. And I would prefer them put out a good game in March over them put out a terrible game now and make everyone go back to FM24 anyway. You know what I mean? The lack of skill gap between the Vanarama and League 2 is because of the lack of promotion slots. Indeed. If I go to Vanarama National, there's only one guaranteed promotion spots with a 16 playoff. 2 teams get promoted every year. So it's very difficult to go... Like, a lot of these guys here you'll see are actually professional. A lot of these guys in this league are professional teams. Yeah. So, like... Most of the teams in this league are professional. I think a lot of them are, even though this isn't considered a professional league. Compared to like the Vanarama National North, where let's say Darlington here is semi-professional. So you'll get promoted from the Vanarama National North or the Vanarama National South to the National League and go up against professional teams. That's why a lot of the best teams in the Vanarama National North or South are professional teams that have been demoted, basically. Professional teams who have lost in the National League, because teams still get, you know, relegated. 4 teams get relegated every year because 2 teams come up from both the North and the South National League. So you'll end up in a situation where, like, well, Kidderminster is our what's the word I'm looking for here? God, my brain struggling. Affiliates. Kidderminster are our affiliates, so they're second in the league right now. Hopefully they will come out on top of the league, because they have 2 of our players on loan. They have Felix Sander at left back, who is Midge's player, and Zach Hull at striker, who is just a random youth intake player, who's doing pretty well, all things considered. I mean, like, yeah. So that's why a lot of the time the Vanarama National and Sky Bet League 2 are basically a lot of the same teams going back and forth, up and down all the time, which you know, can suck. League 1, you get teams like Bolton, who've been there for a very long time, who are struggling to get higher up the table. Chartland. So you found lower league Sweden hard because it's first place promotion, second place playoff. Yeah, like any team, once you get out of League 2, I think has three automatic promotion slots, and then a small playoff, which is a lot easier to get into because you're like, oh, all I need to do is finish 3rd and I get promoted to League 1. And then League 1 only has 2 automatic promotion slots, and then the Championship has 2 automatic promotion slots, and then the playoff. It's relatively easy to get out of League 1 because you have so many promotion slots, you know? Ooh, ow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He'd prefer to go to Al Etihad. Well, we can reject that then. So now that that little note that I have signed is telling me that this guy is 17 now. I feel like he has a lot of potential. His potential has gone up, actually. Does he have a release clause? No. Let's just make an 8 million offer for him. We have a bunch of money. He might not be willing to come to us till he's 18, which would suck, meaning he wouldn't be willing to come to us until next year. But, you know, having him in as a natural libero would be pretty cool. Be pretty cool, honestly. But yeah, the Championship isn't a top 5 league, and the fact that FM got delayed for 5 months, it's not surprising at all. It's a lot of what happened there is a case of the team SI probably knew, hey, we won't make the deal, we won't make the deadline in November no matter what. And then somebody in marketing or somebody in management who didn't listen to them was like, oh, we will we'll announce a release date anyway, just because. Oh, he's picked up a sports hernia. That sucks. Poor kid. It's all on Sega. More than likely. It's likely that someone at Sega was like, okay, you gotta release it in November. We'll give you an extra week. And the guys at SI were like, that's not good enough. And then the guys at Sega were like, okay, well, you're going to announce it and release announce, you know, do your usual thing of opening up pre-orders and stuff like that. Happened before with Championship Manager 04. Indeed it did. Indeed it did. I mean, it doesn't really bother me, even though you're probably looking at me right now going, oh, you're a content creator, aren't you? Doesn't it bother you? And I'm like, no, not really. I'm not a content creator. This isn't really my job. In fact, I have yet to get a Twitch payout. I told you guys this like the other stream. I think it was on Friday. I have yet to get a Twitch payout yet. It's likely I'll get one this month, which will be my first ever Twitch payout. In the what was it? I think I took a look at my streaming numbers. I streamed for almost 90 hours. I think at the end of this stream I'll have streamed for 90 hours. Trubin's picked up a tight thigh. That's fine. He'll be fine for this match against Everton. If not, we'll put Travers in it. So yeah, I've streamed for 90 hours and I've made about $50 from that, which is fucking awful. That's less than 50. That's about 60 cents an hour. I have a domestic player bias of 20%. So yeah, I have no how do I put this? I have no real. Oh, we just got FLORIAN verts, people. So after league appearances, this will cost us 30 million. We have a I mean, we're not going to not accept it at this point. Damn, I have a domestic player bias of 100%. Yeah, I've signed English players, but a lot of the guys who I've signed have not been... where is he? He should be in here. There he is. FLORIAN verse. Yeah, we can register him immediately with no negatives. We'll assign him a squad number. He wants number 10. Evan's wearing number 10. We'll give you number 9. Or can I give you number 11, actually? Or 12? No, we'll give you number 9. We'll give you number 9. Your loyalty to players is 25. Mine is, I think it's 100 or something. I didn't check. So he's registered now. We've picked up FLORIAN Wirtz as a attacking midfielder. Chelsea have signed Angel Gomes. So yeah, looking at this here, Ferguson has already sold. Let's see. Likely requires a sharp increase in revenue from shirt sales. Global One. Ferguson's our top-selling shirt. Wirtz shirts are expected to outstrip him. Last season we sold 60,000 shirts, and we've already got 55,000 shirts sold this year. From Ferguson, Luca, Rooney, and David have all sold over 5,000 shirts already. So we very well might. We've brought in 2 players. I think that will increase our commercial revenue by like 5 million each, which, you know, that was a thing that the team wanted. The 100 million transfer of FLORIAN Wirtz from Bayer 04 to Wolves is a new record. The previous was 80 million for Evan Ferguson. Wow, he's dropped off a bit. Holy shit. Evan's finishing has dropped. His first touch has dropped. Ooh, that's not good. Those injuries are catching up to him. I think he needs a good run of form in this year's game. In this year's season. Be nice to see him do really well this year. Felix played well. Zach Hull scored. Anto got an assist. Oh, they're still telling me about Yunus Musa because he is he still available for loan? Different environment. Yeah, because we loaned him last year for half of the year because we needed a cover center midfielder. And he did really well. Oh yeah, that's right. You let me check what my loyalty to players is. 50%. My reputation is 85. Media handling 100. Technical consistency 100. Hands on approach 100. Managing finances 100. Team discipline 80. Very good stuff. Who's at least happy with me? Brian Clark. A lot of these guys are players who I don't know. Probably players who have sold. Who's our most... Mateus Cunha really likes me. So does Ablikar Kusov. I scored 2 goals for Ireland. Good job, thank you. Fabio Silva likes me. Kaito Nakamura likes me. Teddy Bareface, Scott McTominay, Dandy Boy, Alex Tibbetts. A lot of the youth players like me quite a bit. So does Yukinari. Nathan Collins likes me. The Anto likes me as my U21's assistant manager. Very nice. Right, Trubin is injured. We're going to play him. We're not going to... Well, actually, Travers is kind of injured as well. Ooh. He's fit for... Oh, he's fit. He can play. He can play. We're going to put Florian Wirtz on the bench. We're not going to start him. Or do we start him? Do we just say fuck it and start Florian Wirtz? Fuck it. We're starting Florian Wirtz. Florian Wirtz. Advanced playmaker on support on the left. No natural preference, no preference. Can also play striker, which is pretty crazy. 23 years of age. Exceptionally talented player. We will be starting... Well, Ferguson isn't fit enough to play this whole match, is he? 45 minutes. He's the best player on paper, that? Oh, it's not even close. Like, I think our second best player might be Arthur here. On paper, at least. I wonder what this guy's current ability number is. He is the team. He is the team. Florian Wirtz is the team with Evan Ferguson, probably our second best player. Maybe our second best player. Trubin. No, sorry. Trubin's our second best player. By a margin. Trubin's our second best player. Don't know what I'm talking about. Like, it's not even close, really, when it comes to how good Florian Wirtz is compared to everybody else in our team. Right. Going up against Everton. Nobody there who I don't recognize. Florian Wirtz making his start for him. But when you just sign a guy and everyone else's ratings just plummets. Yeah. Yep. Even though, I will say this, I think David is probably better than the rating gives him. I think when it comes to David's stats, he has a lot better stats than the rating of the game gives him. The game gives him 2.5 stars. I'd say he's probably closer to a 3.5 star guy. Sugawara to Luka, Luka down to Sugawara. But he is 100% like a mile up better than most other people on this team. It's not close. Gilman to Collins. Sugawara. It's around his defender. Goes to Rooney. Rooney goes back post. Moreira can't win the header into the net. Does a good job there, Moreira. Rooney over a dead ball here. Just over the net. Oh, that reminds me. Wirtz is a good free kick taker, isn't he? Oh, ads are starting in a couple of minutes. When we get to halftime, I will change that. Yep, so we need to give him free kick taking duties. That's cool. He's there. Right, we'll get to halftime here and then we'll hit the ad break. Another dead ball to Rooney. Rooney turns, takes on his defender, gets past him, goes out to Sugawara. Sugawara goes back to Hillman, out to Sugawara, back to Collins. Collins rounds, goes to Hjulmand. Hjulmand's being pressed pretty heavily there, but Collins is there to take the ball. Collins goes around to Florian Wirtz, who makes an excellent first touch pass, but Moreira is not ready for it. Odeja is in behind here. Collins gets in the way. Collins manages to put enough pressure on him. Carver-Lewin. Tiete makes a big tackle there to block the attempted pass. Goes into Luvombo. Goes to Odeja. Big save by Mark Travers. Nearly 40 minutes in here. Sugawara heads it down. Odeja manages to take it off. Paredes to Milenko to Iwobi. Alex Iwobi pushes ahead. Goes back to Odeja. Back post. Gardner over the crossbar. We are about to hit halftime. There's halftime. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Let me just turn this music down a touch. There we go. Second half against Everton here. Luca to Arthur to David. Tries to go to Rooney. Well, Michelonio intercepts. Backs to Braithwaite. Pickford over a goal kick to Branthwaite. To Iwobi. To Garner. To Luvumbo. Aït-Nouri does a good job pushing him inside. To Iwobi. Miss there. Oh, it was a offside attempt anyway. Gonna bring on Evan here at the 65th minute. Actually gonna bring him on now, and I'm gonna take off Alfonso for Francisco. And leave them in the positions I think they're in, yeah. Lorenzo, you can come off for Evan. And anyone else? No, pretty okay with that. Just those 2 subs for now. David out wide to Rooney. Sugawara into Hjulmand. Goes up to Rooney. Excellent pass there. Rooney. Pickford makes a big save. Evan Ferguson on. Nathan Collins next to Tiete with Wirtz. Calvert-Lewin wins the header. Godfrey wins the second one. Ferguson wins the third one down to Trincao, who goes out wide to Rooney. Rooney cuts in and outside, and then Pickford makes a big save. David puts it back into the middle, but it's intercepted by Godfrey, who goes out to Aitnawari. What a absolute mental case there in front of the net. David can't get it out wide. Braithwaite intercepts. Sugawara takes it off of the attacker, but only goes as wide as Calvert-Lewin. Sugawara shot cannons off of Arthur. Arthur saves it. Corner kick here. Paredes over it. Back post. Collins heads it away. Pickford over a goal kick to Braithwaite. Up the middle to Iwobi. Ferguson takes it off of him. Goes back to Florian Wirtz. Florian Wirtz goes around his defenders and shoots. Pickford gathers. We're going to make a few more subs here. We're going to take off... Wirtz is taking a knock. Well, that's not good. We'll take off Florian and we'll take off David as well. We'll take off Yukanari. That's all of our subs made. Got a throw in here from Patterson for Everton to Garner. Back to Patterson to Luvumbo to Garner to Mahalo. Shoots and goes right over the crossbar. Wasn't even close. Travers over the goal kick here to Collins. Collins goes up the middle to Gallagher. Gallagher out wide to Rooney. Goes back to Collins. Into Hjulmand. Over to Arthur. Arthur eyes up his options and goes out wide to Trincao, who quick pass to Drewsbury Hall. Drewsbury Hall to Hjulmand. Hjulmand goes out wide to Gallagher. Gallagher to Rooney. Rooney's in behind here. Ooh, goes low and hard, but Pickford manages to get down to it. Gallagher whips in a corner kick here. Back post, Calvert-Lewin wins it. Another corner kick here. Trincao over this one. Trincao whips. No one's there to pick it up, but Arthur picks up the second ball. Godfrey heads it away. Aitnawari's there. Sousa with a dangerous free kick there. Back post. Onana heads it down to Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and who scores? Dominic Calvert-Lewin has probably won Everton this game. That was some poor defending there. Calvert-Lewin was left entirely unmarked at the back post. Can't really blame Mark Travers for that one. Highlight here to end the game. Festi to Rooney. Rooney goes to Gallagher. Gallagher back post to Trincao. Can't win the header, but Aitnawari has it down and shoots. Jordan Pickford makes another big save. Jordan Pickford has made save after save after save this match. Gallagher. Collins can't keep it down. Match is over. Everton win 1-0 over Wolverhampton Wanderers. Proud of the efforts, guys. Wasn't a bad match all in all. You're going to lose bad matches sometimes. Fürth has made his debut. I think he's their only German player. Wirtz is to be unveiled. What's his best position? Midfielder center. Pleased to have him. Very pleased to have him. He's a great signing for us, honestly. Newcastle beat Aston Villa. That's a well. I'm happy to see Villa lose usually. So next matchup is Arsenal, and then we have Fulham. Oh yeah, you can have him. Will Sweet has no real reason to keep him around if you want him. Make a little bit of money on him, ship him out to the next team. Is this Jude Bellingham's brother? I think it is, right? Dubbed the new Frank Lampard. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. We probably won't be bringing anyone in. Unless there's a big offer for one of our players, we probably won't be able to bring anyone in. I think we've made all the signings we can make, given that we have just spent a lot of money for a player. Well, Ross County want him. Sure, you can go to Ross County. Go to Scotland for a year. Be good for you to play at a level that high, honestly, compared to back in Finland. Evans scored for Millwall again. How many goals do you have for Millwall now? 2 goals in 5 appearances. It's a better scoring record than you had at Carlisle. You only scored 6 goals for your entire 30 appearances at Carlisle. We will be taking out Nori off and starting a lane with this one. Starting Mickey Van de Ven over Arthur. Taking off Yuki for Festi. Mark Travers off for a now fit Antonelli Trubin. Verts can start there with Trincao on the right. We can pretend we signed Jude, imagine their marketing. I mean, it would definitely be an improvement over what we have right now. And well, maybe not an improvement, given Arthur's selling really well, given Nathan Collins's and Evan Ferguson's and Francisco's and Verts and David's shirts are all selling really well. I don't know. Will Sweet's gone to Bristol City. Caribou Cup draw today. We're just going to draw all the teams. We got Stoke. That's a rivalry match. It's a big rivalry match versus Stoke in that one. That's a good match to draw, honestly. Europa League fixtures revealed. Oh, FM Llama. Hey, buddy. Welcome. I've watched a lot of your content on YouTube. I really enjoy your content. Thank you for rating. It's appreciated. Anyone who does not follow FM Llama or follow him on YouTube or watch any of his streams, do so. Give FM Llama a follow. They're 100% worth the look. They've done some great YouTube content. I really enjoyed their Northern Ireland save. They did, I think it was win a European trophy in a country that's never won a European trophy. I enjoyed his time at Northern Ireland in that one. That was very good. Too kind. Hope your stream is going well. We've signed Florian Wirtz. That's how well the save is going. So what's the save here? Scotty, the save here is a race to glory. It's kind of like a road to glory, except instead of, you take many, many years to get there, maybe 10, 15, 20 years. This is our 4th season at Wolves. We have been in the Europa League twice. We've been in the Champions League once. We got to the Champions League semis last year. We got to the Europa League final 2 years ago. We've just got our Europa League, what's the phrase? Our Europa League fixtures that just appeared. Last year we won the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. We went up against Chelsea in the Community Shield, and as you can see, we lost, unfortunately. So the idea here is to win as many things as quickly as possible. So we've already won 2 relatively big domestic cups. Kev, thanks for the follow. When it comes to players who we've brought in, we have Mickey Van de Ven, who we've brought in. We have David Fartezi here. We have Florian Wirtz, Francisco Trincao, Evan Ferguson, Arthur Tetti, Yusuf Yazici, Conor Gallagher, Rooney, Lorenzo Luca. Various players who are quite good. Antonio Trubin, obviously, I shouldn't forget Antonio Trubin. He's been our starting goalkeeper for the first for the first 2.5 seasons. We brought him in like halfway through the first season on his release clause, and he's done really well for us ever since. Has had ups and downs. We've also signed Kenichi here, who is a Japanese wonder kid, who I brought in purely for the fact he's Japanese and is very, very good and has great potential. Mickey Van de Ven we brought in last year as a defender option we needed next to Nathan Collins, and he has played really well. We brought in Arthur this year as well to be another defender. We're looking for more wins this year, basically. We want to do well in the Europa League. So let's take a look at our Europa League fixtures. We got PSV, should win that. LASK should win that. Rennes should win that. We played them last time in the Europa League as well. Actually, we beat them. Dynamo, Asanta, Besiktas we played as well. AEK and Anderlecht. I think we played Anderlecht as well. Of all those teams, honestly, the only team there who I think will be any real challenge is Rennes, maybe Anderlecht. Everyone else there I look at and I don't see anyone who might be a problem. Maybe PSV, I suppose you could argue, but we should win 6 of those 8 matches, maybe 7 of those 8 matches, pretty convincingly. Should win all of them. Should win all of them. Beat all of them. Yeah, I thought so. We have a lot of players here who are incredibly talented. The problem is, of course, fixture congestion. So there'll be a lot of rotation. Away games might be tough. I didn't actually check when we were away and when we're at home. I should do that now. We are away at PSV. We are away at Dynamo. Away at Astana in Kazakhstan. Away at Besiktas in Turkey. And home versus AEK and Anderlecht. The Besiktas match away might be difficult, and the PSV match away might be difficult. But otherwise, I think that's a pretty good all-in-all coverage there. So by the way, anyone here who's watching from FM Llama's raid, thank you again, FM Llama, for the raid. Very much appreciated. If you wouldn't mind hitting the follow button, you can check out the previous streams of this save down on my YouTube channel. There's a link down below on Doris. You can check out the YouTube channel down there. All of the saves go up. All of the streams go up usually a day or two later. So if you're looking to catch up on this, or you want to see what our last performances were like, you want to know what happened in the Chelsea final in the FA Cup in the second year. Sorry, the Chelsea final in the Europa League in the second year. You can check a look down there. Otherwise, you know, you can find them all there. Away at PSV is probably going to be the toughest game. Probably, yeah. My experience of the UEL is that EPL teams are OP. In general, yes, because they have more money than everybody else. Yeah, you know what, Mickey? We can start you at left back as well. Watch us beat Juve 10-1 to lose in the final to Chelsea. Indeed, yeah, we beat Juve 10-0 in the final. Sorry, we beat Juve 10-0 on aggregate in the semis to lose to Chelsea in the final. Very, very, very big match. Made me very sad because it would have been very cool to win that match. And like our second year, you know, get a big continental trophy and never have to worry about trying to win the Europa League ever again. But, you know, last year we went to the semi-finals of the Champions League, and our team this year is better than the team last year. So I think we have a chance of winning that. We definitely have a chance of winning the Europa League. I should check and see if there's any other English teams in the Europa League. I think there's 1 or 2. I'll check and see that actually now in our competitions. Europa League. Rangers are there. Tottenham are there. That's it, I think. Tottenham, Wolves. Is that it? Is that the only 2 English teams in this competition? Wow. That's crazy. I would have thought there would have been more than just 2 English teams here. Unless I'm blind. No, I don't see them there. Okay. So the only other English team here is Tottenham. Tottenham have Pep Guardiola as their manager in this save. So yeah, you guys who are watching right now, who've come in from the raid, please do me a favor, hit the follow button. It's free. You know, it helps my ego. And you can always show up here and watch me stream Football Manager or stream anything else I feel like streaming, basically. I've been thinking about streaming some other games for a little bit because I want to try something a bit different. I've been playing nothing but FM for the last month on stream, a bit longer, I think. And while they're great fun, you know, it'll be nice. 4 out of 5 in the Champions League, 2 in Europa, 1 in Conference. Since we won the Carabao Cup and we won the FA Cup last year, I think if I go to competitions, the Europa League, if I go to this Conference League, oh wow, Juventus are in the Conference League. Holy shit, that's awful for them. The only English team in here is Newcastle. Newcastle are in the Conference League. And in the Champions League, City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal. Celtic are in the Champions League. That's cool. So yeah, there's options. There's options. I think we have a chance of winning for sure. And Man United? Yeah, Man United as well. We have options. I think we have a chance of winning the Europa League. It'd be really cool. Got 5 in the Champions League, indeed. If we win the Europa League, obviously we get into the Champions League. We qualify for Champions League next year. Which, you know, will be very, very helpful. We could for sure use maybe a right back or a left back in the squad. But I think all in all, we have everything we need to maybe win a couple big matches in the Europa League and win a couple more big matches in the Premier League too. That's an awful pass there from Florian Wirtz. Martinelli goes back to the goalkeeper. So Llama, if you're still there, if you're not, if you had to run off because you have other stuff to do, what were you playing in your save today? Goal should be winning Europa, considering we are in the Champions League semis last season. Yeah, that's about right. That'd be the hope. Festi to Gabriel, to Collins, to Wirtz, over the top to Moreira, back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven up to Moreira. Goes past Henriks, but can't get past him again. Saliba to Odegaard. Odegaard out to Saka. Saka takes on the defender, goes past him. Gabriel intercepts, goes to Odegaard. Blocked by Arthur. Odegaard with the whipped corner here. Tete wins the header. Ferguson wins the second one. Martinelli puts it into the middle, but Arthur kicks it back out. Starting an England journeyman with an interesting rule. The mailman trying to win something with a load of teams that have never won anything. Oh, that's cool. So like when you mean win something, like let's say if you win like a local tournament, like let's say you're some team that's never won anything and you win the English FA Cup, like, you know, the lower league FA Cup. Does that count? Does that mean you have to go then, basically? New save for Lama Mailman. The club he manages, he can't sign players outside of an hour travel as long as it's a semi-pro club. I mean, that makes sense because I wouldn't want to travel more than like an hour to go play a football match, unless I was like, you know, getting a big appearance for it. FAVs and trophy count, fair. I assume it also counts for the Pizza Cup, or whatever that's called now. Obviously enough. Alright, we've not really done much in this match, it looks like, so far. Oh. Festi to Trubin. That made me scared for a second there. Collins. Up to Trincao. Trincao gets whacked down by Tierney. That's a red card for Kieran Tierney. Oh boy. Alright. Kieran Tierney's just been sent off. Van de Ven, you come off for Elaine. And Ebezelli, you come off for Sugawara. That's a good thing for us now that we have another option here. Conor Gallagher on for David. Yeah, that's all we need to do there, I think. They're playing with one winger now. Nathan Collins to Trincao. Into the middle. Verts can't get there. Rice wins it. Verts win the second header, but can't win the third. Jesus loses it. Oh my goodness, this is some awful play. We seem to have lost our heads there, guys, with all that heading around and stuff. It wasn't great. Gabriel to Odegaard. Odegaard over the top to nobody. Sugawara wins it. Into Gabriel. Goes to Tiete. Arthur. Out to Moreira. Moreira gets around Saka, but with Matoro's help. Matoro's going right to the byline here. Back post Trincao. Goes wide on the header there. They're playing a 4-1-2-1-1 now. With Saka going in between the middle and out wide. That's a cool idea though. Like you go places and you win trophies with them, and then you leave. You know, you help give them you help deliver them a trophy, and then you leave. That's pretty cool. I like that idea. Ramsdale boots it up. Matoro wins the header. Moreira picks it up. Goes out wide. Moreira boots it back post. Trincao. I don't know why you keep doing that, guys. I don't know why you're aiming for the small winger when Evan Ferguson's right there in the middle. Let me change that. Hey, Moreira, edit. Aim your crosses at the center, because Trincao is definitely not going to win those headers. Even if he gets the header down, that's not his deal. He is quite a short individual and won't he just won't. He's got okay jumping reach. He's not that big, but like, you know, his heading is terrible, so he won't really do anything. While Evan Ferguson's big and strong and will be able to win those headers in the middle. So how does he judge players being an hour away or not? How do you do that? Sugawara to Gallagher. To Trincao to Gabriel in the middle. Back out to Sugawara to Trincao. Trincao tries to go into the middle of somebody but can't find anyone. Collins heads it down. The Verts. Gabriel Jesus is there annoying everyone though. The Verts again out wide to Matoro. Matoro gets to it. Almost lets it go out but gets to it. Cuts into the middle to Verts, who cannot keep it down. I assume you go off of maybe where the player is born. You know? So if you were at Kidderminster, for example, you couldn't sign anyone who was born in like Solihull, because I think that's more than an hour away. Via driving, I think. I was looking at the distance earlier because Solihull are our... sorry, not Solihull. Kidderminster are our junior affiliate. Either born or their last club. That's fair. That's an easy way to figure it out, I guess. Born on our last club. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a fair judgment. Also, I really want to beat this down to 10 men Arsenal team. And the fact that we're not winning is making me annoyed. Verts off for Shrewsbury Hall. When in doubt, bring in the Hall. Who's the most interesting player he's signed so far, guys? Who do you think as like a non-league player, basically? Rice to Odegaard, back to Rice, goes back to Ramsdale in net, goes out wide to Rice, who goes into Odegaard in the middle, back to Rice, calls the game dead. A draw against a 10-man Arsenal is not great, but hey, I guess it's a point. It might help us stay in the top 4 of the league in the future when Arsenal manage to pull themselves back into the contention. Ooh, Zach Hull's played pretty well for Kidderminster. Cool stuff, cool stuff. So, we are playing Stoke in the Carabao Cup, which is a big rivalry game for Wolves. So this is going to be a very, very important match for us. We want to beat Stoke. We're hoping that we can see a solid performance here as well. We're going to be playing Evan Ferguson up top, give him yet another game, in the hope that he can pull himself back from his pretty poor run of form, honestly. Feels like he should be starting more games. Cool. Mjorton's no longer looking to be an important player. That's good. That means that we can kind of rotate players a bit more. We need to start in this match anyway, but hey, that's fine. Rooney can start. Florian can come off. Anyone on the bench who we can put on there? I suppose we can put you there. Kenichi is still injured for 2 weeks. I would have loved to play him in this match, honestly. It would have been a very good match for him to get on. Evan is very tired, given he is still recovering from his injury. So we might end up just having to start Lorenzo. John Martin's doing pretty well on his loan at Getafe. So what are you guys thinking will be the goal for this save? How far do you guys think I'll get in this save so far? Do you think I'll get to the end of this one? Save is going from here to 0 out of the last 13 matches, last 9. Ooh, that is annoying. We had a very, very bad streak of form last year, largely because we, for some reason, couldn't score. I think that a lot of our problem last year was the fact that Evan just couldn't score, even though the first year we had him, he scored 29 goals for us, won the Europa League Golden Boot. This year we've just not really had the ability to. Last year we were struggling to score, so I brought in some new strikers, and Lorenzo Luca ended up winning like a couple, not winning, but he ended up scoring more goals than Evan in the long run, which is bad for us because honestly I want Evan to score as many goals as possible because it does help his growth for him to score. Scoring is not yet the issue for me. Had a record goal scoring most of the league. Yeah, see, that's good. But also conceded most of the league. Yeah, you see, the problem is, right, is that if you manage to score a bunch of goals but only concede, like, you know, the median amount, you go, oh yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. But if it's like, oh, I've conceded a bunch of goals and not scored a bunch of goals, or it's the opposite where you conceded a bunch of goals and then also, you know, done pretty badly in the other categories, it can suck. Also, we're sitting in 8th in commercial income, which is good. I think that's going to go up as well because we've signed some big players. Our overall balance is now in the black again. Well, in the red again, sorry. Mohamed Salah might be going, Marco Asensio might be going, and Edgar Marmol might be going. We are not going to take part in this because we don't have anyone to really get rid of or bring in. Atletico Madrid have made an offer for Lorenzo Luca. I'm going to reject that. Moreira won August Young Player of the Month with 2 goals and 2 assists. Very nice. Well, congratulate him on the winning that. With Eminent O'Reilly in third for the for third place, and Trevor Lawrence has claimed August Player of the Month for the U21s. Nice, not bad, not bad at all. How is Evan's fitness? It's full, so I guess he's starting this match. When I'm trying to concede less, it gets worse. I haven't found the solution yet, though. I predicted 19th and you're 11th. Yeah, you see, that could just be a case of you're going up against particularly difficult competition. You might just be in a case of where the competition you're currently going up against is a lot bigger than the competition you faced before. Or a lot more difficult than the competition you faced before, so you've ended up in a situation where it's like, oh, the competition we played up until this point was a lot easier than the competition we played now. And, you know, that happens, unfortunately. You do have those ups and downs, especially when you're playing in a league like that, or in a league where you get promoted. Reject that. If he's going to go anywhere, he's going on loan. I'm not really interested in selling and getting rid of players at the moment from our youth team setup. Anthony Trubin's ready to play. Okay, we're going up against Stoke in the Caribou Cup here. Should be a big match for us. Horvath, I recognize. I think we played him in a different team before. Ethan Horvath, I think. Oh, Nottingham. Yeah, we played against him in Nottingham when he was at Nottingham in 23-24, I believe. I think we hammered him with like 7 goals. Sorry, Ethan. He's American-Hungarian. Ooh, that's cool. He speaks fluent Dutch, good Hungarian, basic Spanish, and basic Norwegian. Cool stuff. Right, let's go. This is going to be a match that we hope to win. Nathan Collins, Matoro, Van de Ven. You know what, Van de Ven, you can start as a centre back here, and we will take Collins off for Matoro. Usually we would start Gabriel Moscardo, but he's suspended for this match from last year's performances. Lorenzo Luca on the bench with Trincao, Drewsbury Hall, Gallagher, Wirtz. We'll start Conor Gallagher and Drewsbury Hall. Nah, we won't start Drewsbury Hall. We'll leave Yusuf Yazici in there. Rooney, Mastuano, Ferguson, Van de Ven, Arthur, Ebizeli, Matoro, Trubin. Yeah, happy with that. Let's go into it. Happy with that. Let's go into it. He's anxious? Good lord. We're playing against a championship team, and not even a good championship team at that. Going up against the Potters here. Big match against Stoke. We won this competition last year. I'm not as worried about winning it this year, but it would be nice to win multiple trophies every year. And the Caribou Cup is arguably the easiest English trophy to win when you're in the Premier League. Unless you're going up against Premier League teams every draw. But we should be fine. Given we have Ukraine's keeper, and I think we should win this one pretty easily. Timon, Lambert, big save from Trubin. As I said, we have the best keeper in net right now. Timon takes another corner here. Lambert doesn't win that one. play with slightly higher tempo here. Matoro to Van de Ven to Yusuf to Arthur. Arthur goes out wide to Festi. Festi goes up the line to Rooney. Rooney has to go back to Festi as he is being swarmed into the middle to Hjulmand. Hjulmand to Gallagher. Gallagher to Ferguson. Ferguson takes on his defender but gets knocked back. Matoro picks up the loose ball. To Hjulmand to Gallagher. Gallagher to Rooney. Rooney takes on his defender, shoots, goes wide. Might have a chance of winning something here though, given we have a lot of big boys here who are good in the air. Whips. Arthur doesn't even go up for it, but Hjulmand gets the second ball and Rooney picks up the third. Goes back out wide to Gallagher. Cuts inside and shoots. Horvath makes a big save. Arthur picks up the second ball. Tackle there from Williams. Manages to take the ball off of him. Out wide to Matoro. To Mastuano. Gets around his defender. Whips it low and hard. Ferguson can't find it. Matoro, however, picks up the second ball. Shoots and deflected. Corner here. Gallagher. Whips. Taylor heads it away. Gallagher picks it up again. To Arthur, to Rooney. Rooney back to Gallagher. Gallagher goes wide with it. Goes back to Festi. Festi takes on the defender. Goes back to Gallagher into Hjulmand. Hjulmand tries to shoot, but Laurent blocks. Gallagher picks up the loose ball. Back to Arthur. Been a bit of a disappointment so far in these first 35 minutes. You'd expect us to have scored at least one goal already. But not yet. Christopher Ayres picked up an injury at Brentford. Sucks for him, given he's Brentford's best defender. Timon with the corner here. Whips it. Lambert wins the header, but can't keep it down. I'm not bringing on Lorenzo Luca in this match. Evan Ferguson's going to have to stay up top, and he's going to either score or be disappointing this whole match. Far from pleased. Arthur, grow the fuck up, mate. I'm sorry. I need you to stop being so pissed off about being told you haven't been good enough when you haven't been good enough. You should have already scored in this match. Not Arthur, but someone should have scored in this match for us. Festi picks it up. Matoro throws it into Mastuano. To Van de Ven. To Yusuf. Rounds the corner. Yusuf Yazici doing well there. Goes back to Hjulmand. Great passing. Mastuano shoots and Horvath plucks it out of the air. I don't want to have to bring on Florian Wirtz, but I will bring him on if needs must. Or I'll put Trincao on. Timon. Corner. Festi heads it away. Rooney can't get to the second ball. Trubin claims the third ball out of the air. Puts it out to Arthur. Out wide to Festi. Going down the line here to Rooney. Back to Gallagher in the middle. In through the middle to Ferguson. Back to Hjulmand. Back to Yusuf Yazici. Goes up to Ferguson. Ferguson goes low and hard and buries it. Evan Ferguson has finally scored. Great goal from him. That's what we were looking for. Right, you've picked up an injury, so we're going to bring on Moreira, who can play there and is happy playing there. And then Matoro is not playing very well, but I'm going to leave him on because we need to let our other players rest. Kieran Dewsbury Hall can come on for Conor Gallagher for this match. And I think that's all the subs we need to make right now. We'll leave it at that for the minute. Another corner kick here from Timon. Timon kicks it. Tete wins the header. Can't get to the second one, but he does get to the third. Williams to Laurent. Shoots. Trubin clutches it out of the air there. Good save from Big Trubin in net. Moreira over a dead ball. Back post. Arthur can't win it. Evan Ferguson goes for a bicycle kick. I mean, fair dues, Evan. Can't really be that mad at that one. Right, we're 77 minutes in here. Alain, you can come off for Ryan. Festi off for Yukanari. And then we have one more sub to make. Mjorten off for David, I guess, yeah. You can play as a... you can just stay as a defensive midfielder on support, honestly. That's fine with me. Another corner here from... Oh, no, never mind. That was just the animation of taking the players off. Hopefully this is an easy win now. We've played pretty well so far. We got another corner here as the camera pans up to Sugawara over it. Whips it. Arthur goes for a bicycle kick. 2 bicycle kicks in the same game. Oh my goodness. My centre back just tried to bicycle kick. Crazy stuff on that one. Five minutes of added time. A throw in from Timon here to Laurent. Back to Timon. To Taylor. Goes, boots it up towards Lowe, but Arthur heads it down to Yusuf. Lowe takes it off of Yusuf. Back to Taylor. That's the end of the match. We have beaten Stoke. Good stuff for us. Good win for us, boys. I'll take the win, honestly. I'm never going to argue about wins. You'll never find me arguing to anybody about a good win like that. Very nice. We got Fulham up next, who are third in the Premier League. Picked up a twisted knee out for a few days. That's fine. Nice. Right, this match against Fulham is the same, I'm thinking. Deadline day has passed. Florian Wirtz, Arthur, and Conor Gallagher were our biggest deals in. Mateus Nunez, Lazar, Smardic, and Clement Langley were our biggest deals out. Wage expenditure, we are 8th with 3 million per week, tied with West Ham. Quite a bit below Tottenham, though. We are the biggest spenders with the Florian Wirtz deal. Lakamani's gone to Ross County in the Scottish Premiership. See if he does any good there. It'll be good for him, and even if we don't necessarily right, we gotta register for the Europa League. So even necessarily if we don't do very well there, if he doesn't do very well there, we'll probably sell him on for a decent profit. Right, let's register our homegrown players here first. Is that all of our homegrown players? 5? Oh, that's not good. Mjorten, Arthur, Mickey Van de Ven, David, Lorenzo Luca, Yukanari, Ryan, Yusuf, Anatoly, Francisco, Florian Wirtz. You're under 21, you don't need to be registered. Alain. Is that all the players we need to register? No, Evan. That's good. Yeah, Evan. Good thing I spotted that. Do you need to be registered? I don't think he needs to be registered. He's under 21, right? He shouldn't need to be registered. I don't think. Oh, Alfonso. You need to be registered as well. Right, let me just sort this by registered players then. So Evan, Alfonso, Alain, Florian, Francisco, Trubin, Yusuf, Mark Travers. That's our 2 goalies. Left back, right back, striker, midfielder, centre back, right back, centre back, midfielder, midfielder, defensive midfielder, centre back. Out on loan, out on loan. You are under the age of 21, so you do not need to be registered. You're U22, you don't need to be registered. You're U22, you don't need to be registered. Yeah, you're 19, you don't need to be registered. Why is it telling me you need to be registered? This is weird. So we'll register 19 players of the 25 squad size, because a lot of the players who we have here, who are backups like Gabriel Mascardo, like Rooney, don't need to be registered yet. So happy enough with that. That's a good register, I think. Who haven't been registered? Yeah, they're unregistered. I don't know why they're unregistered. They're under 21. Like in here, they're under 21, so they don't need to be registered. Same with Alfonso Moreira and Rooney. I don't know. Sometimes this game is weird. This game has moments sometimes, and that's one of those moments. I'm not sure if there's something I'm missing there in the rules somewhere about like foreign players or players who you brought in. Hit and on goal. Couldn't ask more from a centre back with a bicycle kick. Indeed. Lurking now. No worries, Red. No worries. I'm very surprised on that one, honestly. That Kalechi and not Kalechi, Mikitani and the other guy. What's his name? Masatuano are not registerable. He's also injured now anyway, so he can't play. So that means then we are going to be putting Florian Wirtz there, David there, Morton off for Gabriel, Arthur off for Nathan Collins, Mickey Van de Ven can stay there, Elaine off for Ryan Agnawari, Festi off for Yukanari. Fulham, they're up next. Jean Martin's playing pretty well on his loan at Club Brugge. Oh, wow. Coventry just took out Arsenal. Wow. And Tottenham beat Man City on penalties. That's crazy. Arsenal lost to Coventry. Newcastle beat Blackburn. Burnley beat Accrington. Crystal Palace beat Grimsby. That's expected. Leicester lost to Man United. Leeds beat Stockport. And Watford have lost to Chelsea. That sucks for Watford, but it would have been nice for them to knock out Chelsea early, so we know we wouldn't have to face them in the next round. Caribou Cut 4th round. Let's see who we can draw here. Draw all teams. We drew Chelsea. Oh my god. Chelsea of all fucking teams. Okay. Chelsea we have played in 4 finals. We have a 2-2 record against them. We've beaten them more times than we have not, however, in the Premier League. That's annoying. That's annoying. Morton has to come off. He's injured, unfortunately. We'll put Mark Travers on the bench. Oh, he's a natural center defensive mid now. Very cool. Very good for him. Right. Get into this match against Fulham. Then we have our first match against PSV away. Alan Matoro has picked up blisters. That's annoying. Means that both of our left backs are currently out. We don't have anyone we can bring in to substitute for them. Sorry, my phone is buzzing and I'm worrying it might be a job application or something that's coming back to me. Just a bunch of messages from nobody in particular. Cool. Thanks for waiting. Back into the Football Manager. Excuse me, they're suggesting we start Mark Travers in this match, which is a bit weird, given Fulham are above us in the Premier League. Anyone who's down near the bottom who we shouldn't probably be? No, maybe Arsenal. Arsenal is a bit low compared to everyone else. But, hey, doesn't bother me. Not really my problem. Doesn't matter to me if Arsenal isn't doing very well. Evan scored 2 goals for Millwall. Ooh, would you look at that? Anto, you're doing well at Millwall. You've scored 5 goals in 9 appearances. You have 2 assists as well. You have 7 goal contributions in nine games. It's very, very good. And Yuo did played very well for the reserves at Ross County, which is fine. Honestly, I don't really mind where he plays as long as he's playing. He only plays for the U21s here, so. Arsenal beat Man United. Brentford beat Aston Villa. Brighton lost to Chelsea. Tottenham beat Everton. Liverpool beat Norwich. Leeds beat Nottingham Forest. And Man City smashed Ipswich. They're expecting a draw. Personally, I would be very surprised if we didn't beat these guys here. Crystal Palace, West Ham. That's bottom of the league match for them, which, you know, it'd be very important for them, of course, but not very important for us at all. The draw for them, so they don't gain anything for it, really. I guess we're having to play Mickey and left wing back, and we're going to have to play Arthur at left centre back because we don't have anyone else currently. Everybody else is injured. Sucks, but all right. Probably could have found a U21s player there who we could sub in onto the bench, but I think we're okay on that one. Playing at Craven Cottage. So this is an important match for us. A big win here would be nice. Mitrovic is still playing for them. Japalinia out to Mbabu. Up to Andreas. Out wide to Wilson. Wilson to Mitrovic. Collins steps up and intercepts. Rooney out wide here. Takes on his defender. Pulls it back. Goes in the middle of Florian Wirtz. Bad passing there though. Gabriel Moscardo is there. Collins. Very good stuff. Andreas with a corner kick here for Newcastle, but it goes out. Wilson back to Andreas, back to Mbabu, goes wide. Andreas whips a free corner kick again, goes out to Wilson, being chased down by Trincao, to Polini, to Mbabu, goes wide with that one. Ads are starting in a minute. I run ads here to make sure that there are no pre-rolls when people join us. Trincao. No one can win the header down, but Rooney picks up the second ball. Florian Wirtz picked up the deflected ball and buries it. That's his first goal for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Big goal for him. Super nice to see. Fantastic goal. Good positioning. The big number 9 has scored. Nice to see it happen. Puts us up in the 3rd in the Premier League. We are almost 30 minutes in here. Throw in from Fulham. Looks like a long throw to Diop. Trubin wins it. Trubin plucks it out of the air there nicely. As they're currently playing. Trubin boots it up towards Evan Ferguson. Not even towards him. It was to Rooney, and Rooney can't win that header. Moussa Diop goes up to Wilson. Tries to go to Mitrovic, but Collins heads it down to Trubin, who gathers. Rolls it out to Collins again. Out to Sugawara. Up to Rooney. Rooney back to Sugawara. To Fratelli. To Rooney. To Wirtz in the middle. Wirtz takes the ball for a walk. Goes out to Van de Ven wide. Trincao takes the ball up to the byline. Goes back to Gabriel. Down to David. To Rooney. Good passing there. Rooney has buried it. 2-0 up on Fulham. Excellent bit of passing there from Wolverhampton Wanderers. Good movement of the ball. That's better. That's what we were looking for last match. That's what we got this match. Very good, guys. I want to see Evans score again, though, so he's not coming off this match. Van de Ven diverts to Arthur. Back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven hovers in the middle. Cuts forward. Goes out to Rooney wide. Rooney goes back to Collins. Collins steps forward. Goes to Rooney, who takes on his defender. Gets around him. Rooney goes back to Ferguson. Dandelon punches it out, but not out too far. Trincao back to Rooney. Ooh, over the cross. Big save there by Diddledon. Diddledon? Don't know how to pronounce that name. It's a very weird name. Wirtz. Corner kick. Corner. Back again. Looks like a Fulham player won that one. Wirtz. Boots it. Polinia. Collins down to Rooney. Ooh. Nice attempt there, though. .45 minutes in here. Van de Ven with a throw-in on the left-hand side of the pitch. To Wirtz. Back to Van de Ven to Trincao. Trincao turns, goes to Wirtz in the middle. Wirtz turns and moves and shoots. Diddle it on with a big save. Another corner here. Florian over this one. Florian Wirtz boots it. Not quite on the ball, but Arthur puts it back down into Florian's step. Florian steps around everyone. Blocked by Gomez, who boots it out to Arthur, who picks it up to Gabriel. To David. Back to Gabriel. Using a solid position here to reset. David out to Sugawara wide. To Collins. To Gabriel. Goes over the top to Rooney, but he boots it a bit too hard. Rooney can't get to it. Good attempt there, though. 2-0 at half time. Keep the boys going here. Ferguson taking the opening kick. Arthur pushes ahead here. Goes back to Van de Ven. .50 minutes in here. Ferguson has done absolutely nothing up front according to the match rating. To Wirtz. To Gabriel. To David. Goes for Trincao, but Trincao gets intercepted. Mitrovic in behind here. Taking the ball out wide. Not really where you want Mitrovic to be. Collins takes the ball off of him. Sugawara goes up to Rooney. Rooney is in behind here. Stops up and goes back to Sugawara, who passes it forward again into the middle to David. David takes on his defenders, gets around, makes a good pass back to Rooney. Rooney goes in the middle to Florian Wirtz. Big save from Dindelon. Didelon? Didelon. Don't say Didelon from now on. Didelon in goal here. Trincao with a corner. Whips it. Reed is there. Puts it right into the chest of Collins, who has it booted out by Mitrovic. Rooney's there, though. To Sugawara. Goes out wide to Trincao. Passes it down, tries to get into the middle, but it's Mitrovic who boots it out there. Corner here for Wolves again. Hoping to see a corner goal here from Collins or Ferguson. Someone like that would be nice. Collins picks it up to Rooney. Goes back to Collins. Diverts in the middle. Wide to Gabriel, to Arthur. Takes on the defender and shoots and puts it a bit wide. We are 65 minutes in here. Let us put on Conor Gallagher and Drewsbury Hall. And we will call it at that for now. It's 65 minutes just to give our midfielders a rest. $70 minutes in here. Be nice to see another goal for us. Maybe if Ferguson could bury one, it'd be nice. Reed taking a corner here. Whips it. Arthur wins the header. Mitrovic is there to pick up the loose ball though. Rounds the corner and shoots and goes well wide with it. Throw in Sugawara to Gallagher, back to Sugawara. Sugawara goes to Rooney. Rooney loses it to Jota Silva, but Sugawara is there into the midfield. Don't know what Drewsbury Hall was thinking there, but it was an excellent attempt at least. Free kick here. Rooney's over it. Puts it on. Diddle on saves. Boots it up. Mitrovic wins the header down. Palisic is there. Shoots. Scores. Mario Palisic puts it in the top corner. That's an awful goal to concede from us. Robinson. To Polinia. To Gomez. To Polinia. To Reed. To Polinia. Sugawara intercepts. Taking on the defenders to Gallagher. Goes to Rooney, who is intercepted by Robinson. To Reed. To Gomez. Ferguson takes the ball off of him. Goes back to Sugawara. Sugawara goes right to the byline. Puts it into Ferguson. Diop wins the header. Conway. Boots it up to Mitrovic. Arthur's there. Takes it off of him. Goes up to Trincao, who is basically in and behind here with Ferguson. Ferguson's gone wide. Ooh, Ferguson can't keep that in. Good attempt, though. Polinia to Ottavio. Ottavio goes up. Collins takes it off of him, but Palisic is being behind here. Goes wide. Close there. Right, let's make a sub here. Francisco off for Alfonso Moreira. Van de Ven off for Ryan. Gabriel, you can stay where you are. We have one more sub to make here. Festi on for Yukinari. Sounds good to me. That's a good sub, I think. Put on some new wing backs. Give the guys fresh legs out wide. Gallagher taking on every defender in front of him. Can't get past Chambers though. Conway. I don't know what we're doing with this bad formation here, guys. Good block there. Diddlon is in the middle of it there. There he is. Goes near post. Big head away there from Arthur. Got out for a throw in. Chambers throws it to Conway. To Polinia. Back post to Jota Silva, but Festi's there to head it away. This will probably be the last action of the game. Gomez to take this corner. Big header one there. Another block. Block gone out again. Goal kick. That's the end of the match. We weren't the best, but we got a result. It's fair enough, I suppose. Cool, now we got PSV Eindhoven. Five matches away from making 50 league appearances. Rooney did really well in that match. I think he's also on track to become homegrown club. Yeah, he is. Next year he'll be homegrown club. Next year he'll be homegrown club, as will Gabriel Mascardo, I believe. And another guy as well, I think. I could be wrong on that. Rooney wins player of the week as well. Cool. Gabriel off for... No one's there really to be in his position instead of him. I guess Conor Gallagher can go in there. Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, I'd rather Conor be there and we bring in somebody else to play in that defensive mid role. How long until you're back from your injury? 3 to 10 days? You won't be back in time. Nobody's going to be back in time, so we're basically stuck with the same players we just had. So I guess Gabriel's going to have to play defensive mid. It is against PSV as well. Sitting in third in the Premier League with 10 points. 1 point behind Tottenham in second, 5 points behind City in first with 5 wins and no losses. There is only 2 teams currently undefeated in the Premier League, Tottenham and City. Move him my shortlist. He's not really that good anymore. Rooney's made it to player of the week. Ferguson's picked up another injury. Another 3 to 4 week injury. Man. Ferguson just keeps getting injured. I don't know what it is with him, but this year he's just not been able to do it. You know what? Let's see if they'll let us add some more sports scientists. Because I don't know what it is about our squad, but we're really struggling with keeping people fit and healthy. We do have a lot of players who can play at Ferguson's position. Not all of them are natural strikers. The only natural striker we have on our bench is Lorenzo Luca. But it would be very, very difficult to see him not do well, given that he is let's do this half intensity. I don't want our players to keep getting hurt because it just seems to happen a lot, and it keeps happening. I don't know if it's necessarily because we don't have the same... We have our rotationary squad and they just don't seem to do as well as you'd hope. Or if there's something else going on there, I don't know. We could definitely use less injuries in this squad. Speaking of injuries, good lord. He at least is playing for our U21, so it's not a big loss for our first team. Let's see what they have. Benitez. Don't recognize anyone else there, really. Xavi Simmons? Is that Xavi Simmons? Yeah, Xavi Simmons they are playing on their right wing. Greek forward. I mean this very literally when I say that we don't have very many players who can play on this team right now. You're unregistered, you can't play. You're unregistered, you can't play. Why do these guys need to be registered? They're under the age of 21. Is there something that I'm missing on that? Is there a rule or something like that in the Premier League or in the Champions League or in the Europa League, sorry, that I'm missing? I don't know. Anyway, we'll play this Eindhoven match. We'll see how it goes. I expect to win tonight, guys. Luca to Verts. Florian out wide to Rooney. Rooney to Gallagher. Gallagher to Gabriel to Verts. Verts takes on his defender, goes around him. Can't get it in. Sangare gets in the way, actually. Florian in his element here, it looks like. Verts whips it. Collins is there. Can't get the header into the right direction. Gabriel can, but Benitez is there to pick it up. Van de Ven to Verts. To Arthur. To Collins. To Gallagher. Over the top to Lorenzo Luca. Lorenzo Luca chips it in. Lorenzo Luca scored. That's what we want. It's a good goal. Good pass from the, Conor Gallagher. Good movement off the ball from Lorenzo Luca. Good finish. Fantastic stuff. That won't put us top of the league because we're not winning by multiple goals, but we probably will be at the end of this match, I hope. Xavi, Arthur's there. To Gallagher. To Rooney. To Sugawara. To Collins. To Sugawara. Takes on his defenders, gets around him. Sugawara to Rooney. Rooney tries to go to Luca, but can't get it to him. Ball goes out to Collins again. Arthur over a dead ball to Gabriel. Back to Arthur. Arthur goes out wide to Van de Ven. Goes up the line to Trincao into Verts. Back to Arthur. Every time I see a pass like that, I get a fucking heart palpitation because I think it's about to be picked off. Collins to Sugawara. Sugawara eyes up his options. Goes out wide. Takes on his defender. Goes back to Lorenzo Luca. Benitez makes a big save there. Usually you don't see keepers make a save like that, but that's a big one for him. Verts. Another corner. No one's there to manage it. Verts puts it back in. Back post. No one's there. Gabriel. Rooney. Skies it. Van de Ven. To Verts. Down the line to Trincao. Back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven to Arthur. To Gabriel. To Verts in the middle. Verts to Arthur. Arthur. Arthur goes back to Trubin. To Collins. Collins out wide to Rooney. Goes to Gabriel in the middle. The Verts. Verts eyes up a shot. Trincao takes it off of him. Trincao can't bury it. Van de Ven to Verts. To Arthur. Arthur to Van de Ven. Van de Ven takes on the defender. To Verts. Into the middle to Gabriel. Gabriel shoots. Gabriel Moscardo with a wire. Top bins. 2-0 up versus PSV before halftime. Fantastic shot from him. Keep at it, guys. Sangare to Xavi. Verts intercepts out wide to Trincao. Neither Rooney nor Trincao have played well this game, but everyone else has, which is interesting. Collins takes the ball, but can't keep it. Bayayako goes back to... Oh, well, nice 1-2 there into the middle. Dovicus can't turn. Sangare tries, but goes well above the crossbar. 60 minutes in here. Oh, Verts over a dead ball. Boots it. No one's really there to win it. Duvakis goes to Sangare. Tries to go back to Benitez. Luca's there. Lorenzo Luca just reboned that into the back of the net. Doubles his tally and he scored on his birthday. It's Lorenzo Luca's birthday today. Didn't realize that. He scored a brace on his birthday today. Duvakis to Sangare. Tries to go back to Benitez. Awful bit of passing there, and Lorenzo Luca just puts it right back in. Awful passing there by Sangare. Rooney over a free kick. Off the crossbar. Verts. Oh, no one's there to pick up the pass into the middle. Great pass there, though, by Florian Verts. Van de Ven to Verts. Lorenzo Luca heads it back to Sugawara. Probably couldn't get a good positioning on it, but good pass from Florian. Florian to Rooney to Gallagher over the crossbar. Gonna make some subs here. Francisco off for Alfonso Moreira. Yusuf Yazici on for Rooney. Gabriel off for Kieran Drewsbury Hall. Van de Ven off for Ryan Agnawari. Anybody else really need a rotation? Not right now. Lorenzo Luca is actually quite fit, given he's been on the match for 70 minutes now. Out to Moreira, into Luca in the middle. Luca takes on his defender. Sangare makes a big tackle, but Moreira picks up the second ball. Goes out wide to Yusuf Yazici on the opposite post. Yusuf Yazici cuts in. Big save there from their keeper from Benitez. Yusuf Yazici over the corner. Yusuf whips it. No one's there, unfortunately, but Moreira's there to pick up the loose ball. To Collins in the middle. To Verts. To Aitnawari out wide. Attempts a chip pass there. Not a bad idea. Sugawara. Back to Collins. Collins out to Arthur. Arthur to Moreira. Moreira back to Arthur. Over the top to Aitnawari. Aitnawari's on the byline. Has to go back to Verts. He goes into the middle to Gallagher. That's a good header there from Conor Gallagher, but can't quite get it into the bottom corner. Sugawara with a throw in to Gallagher. Teal picks it up. Ooh, almost an interception there. Land to Teze. To Vermont. To Xavi. Drewsbury Hall is running around here doing his best to force them back. Teze to Conamancia up to Xavi. Drewsbury Hall takes it off of him. Thiete up to Moreira. Moreira taking on his defenders, does a good job. Pulls it back to Verts. Goes back to Moreira. Moreira cuts inside. Doesn't really any space there, but Yusuf Yazici does, and it's deflected and saved. 85 minutes in here. 3-0 up, and you can't say it's not deserved. Out wide to Yusuf. Yusuf back to Collins, into Drewsbury Hall in the middle. Drewsbury turns, goes to Arthur on the left. Arthur to Verts in the middle. Goes to Moreira, who's unmarked. Moreira shoots and Benitez makes a big save. Corner here with Yusuf Yazici over it. No one's there to pick it up, but Arthur goes back to Moreira. He turns and goes wide to Drewsbury Hall. Goes back into the middle to Moreira, who cuts inside. Ooh, that was almost another big goal there from Alfonso Moreira, but another big save there. Verts over this corner. Whips. Collins wins the header down. No, actually, Canacia wins it. Verts goes to it. Sugawara out wide. Conor Gallagher has to come and pick up the loose ball. Sanabrini. Verts intercepts. Good pass to Luca. Moreira out wide on the left. Moreira Pushes, cuts into the middle. Lorenzo Luca can't get there, and Yusuf Yazici misses the easy goal. Till to land. Diteze. Match is over. 3-0 win for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Excellent little match. Well done, lads. That was a good win. Excellent. Puts us in 5th in the league with a tight goal difference with Slavia Prague, Tottenham, Borussia Gladbach and Real San Sebastian. We've received $500,000 for that. Luca scored a brace. Whenever you score a brace, as far as I'm concerned, you've done an excellent job. Got Man United now, less than 2 days later. Who can play in this match? Not you, Canary. Not Arthur. Not Conor Gallagher. A lot of the guys who we have here need a rest for sure. We're going to leave Rooney on there, and we're going to start Moreira out left. Luca is the only striker we currently have, I think, who can play. Mjorten, will he be back? No, but Massuano is. And Kaneci will be back in a few days as well, so I think that's going to have to be the subs we make for this match versus Manchester United. Manchester United. The Manchesters of the United. Right. Cool. Shrewsbury Hall's picked up a tight calf and Matoro's picked up a twisted knee. Well, Matoro's on the bench, as is Shrewsbury Hall. Alain can't play. That's frustrating. That's very frustrating, honestly. Player of the week news, Bradley Barcola. Tottenham are playing Fulham. If we win this match, we would go up to second in the league. That would be assuming, of course, Tottenham loses as well. That's the hope. We win this match against Manchester. Fitness tests. Mjorten and Kelechi are recommended for 60 minutes. Tottenham beat Fulham. Well, that's to be expected, I guess. So let's put Mjorten on the bench. And I will put Mikitani as well. Yeah, that looks good to me. Let's get in here then. Let's get this match into it. Winner home games, no excuses, guys. Right, big match here against Manchester. Luca takes the kick off, back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven out wide to Aït-Nouri. Aït-Nouri eyes up his options. Garnacho is making things difficult for him, but he keeps hold of the ball. Festi Abazele into Frattanzelli in the middle. Out wide to Festi, who's unmarked there. Festi to Rooney to David to Gabriel. Gabriel to Aït-Nouri. Aït-Nouri takes on his defender. Pulls it back to Moreira. Block. Close. Yusuf Yazici over a corner kick here. Whips it. Nathan Collins wins the header. Buries it. Big Nathan Collins. That's what we like to see. What a fantastic goal from him. That puts us up in the third in the Premier League, given Tottenham's win earlier in the day versus Fulham. With Leeds in fourth. Leeds are doing really well at the start of the season. Yusuf Yazici into the middle again. Collins can't win this header down, but he can put it to Aït-Nouri, who nearly buries it. Rafael Varane to Garnacho. Back to Varane. Garnacho again. Moreira intercepts to Yusuf Yazici. To Gabriel. Out wide to Festi. Festi takes on every defender at that speed. Shaw unfortunately takes the ball off of him. Aït-Nouri heads down to Gabriel. To Yusuf. To David. Back to Gabriel. Back to David. Back to Van de Ven. Not the greatest of passes, but I suppose it got to him in the end. Moreira in behind, shoots and scores. There's a VAR check here. Ooh, goal's been disallowed. Close. Close, close, close. That must have been millimeters offside. Must have been millimeters offside by. Does Xavier. João Felix can't get past Nathan Collins. De Vanderson out wide. Into the middle, Van de Ven intercepts. Yusuf Yazici. Rafael Varane picks up the loose ball. To Rafael Thuram. Big save there from Trubin. Vanderson to João Felix. Back to Rafael. They recycle possession. Henderson here. To Varane, to Xavier. To Vanderson out wide. Vanderson goes into the middle. Yusuf Yazici intercepts a bad pass. Yusuf Yazici to David, who whips one. Don't know what he's trying to do there on that one. That's a bad take, but I guess it's better than giving away a easy shot. Rooney intercepts to David, into the middle to Yusuf, to Gabriel, to Rooney, to Festi. Festi's in behind, to Rooney. Turns, goes back to Gabriel, who shoots. Blocked by Shaw. Back out wide to Festi. Back to Gabriel. Into David in the middle. Back to Gabriel. Gabriel steps into it. Goes out wide to Festi. Pulls it back to David. To Gabriel. Into the middle. Rooney picks it up. to Shaw. Back to Fratelli to Festi out wide. Rashford with a big tackle there, but it doesn't really do much. Shaw with a throw into Thuram. Back to Shaw to Rashford. Rooney takes the ball off of him. To Gabriel. To David in the middle. Thuram's there, unfortunately. Garnacho out wide. Tries to shoot. Blocked. David heads it away. Gabriel picks it up. Get to halftime here. I'll take Rooney off if he's... yeah, he looks like he's actually hurt, so we'll take Rooney off here. Things are going well. We can do better. We're going to take him off here because it is an actual injury. We will bring on Trincao. And we'll leave it at that. Sorry, hang on. Yes, Trincao. Yeah, perfect. Wanted to make sure I didn't bring in the wrong player there. Garnacho to Xavier to João Felix. Intercepted by Yusuf. To Van de Ven. "55 minutes in here, Trincao boots it out. Raphael's there. To Bogomano, to Thuram. Yusuf makes a big tackle, but Shaw is there, shoots and riles it over the crossbar. Not even close. Vanderson to Garnacho to Xavier to Thuram. Aït-Nouri intercepts, puts it out to Trincao, heads down to Luca. Goes to Gabriel Mascardo, out to Yusuf Yazici. Yusuf takes on the defender. Varane, unfortunately, is a much better defender than you'd give him credit for. Garnacho's there, loses the ball to Aït-Nouri. Maria goes and collects it. Goes to Van de Ven. Van de Ven's looking steady here in the middle. To David out wide. To Trincao. Trincao gets past Shaw. To Lorenzo Luca. Luca out wider than you'd like him to be. Festi to Gabriel into Yazici, who takes an immediate first time shot but is blocked. Gabriel into Trincao, into Lorenzo Luca. Has to control it. Isn't in a dangerous place, so puts it back to Festi. Goes to Gabriel, who tries to make a good pass there but can't quite get there. João Felix goes out wide to Garnacho. Van de Ven, back to Trubin, back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven to Aït-Nouri, turns, goes in the middle to Gabriel. Thuram is there, unfortunately, goes to Rashford out wide. Is not being very forward moving there, but Vanderson is there to pick up a ball into the middle of João Felix, who scores. João Felix buries it. We gotta make some subs here now, I think, guys. Van de Ven has not played well. We're going to take him off for you. David has not played well. We're going to put on Gallagher. Moreira off for Mastuano. Actually, no, we're going to put Mastuano out there, and we're going to leave Moreira on at left winger. I'm going to bring on Wirtz as well at the end of this match, just to see if he can create something a bit different here, add a little bit of a different feeling to the midfield in this match. João Felix is still sitting on a 6.5 rating, even after scoring. He's not done very well, it looks like, this match. Right, we're going to increase our tempo. Slightly more standard passing. Distribute quickly. Distribute to the playmaker. Get stuck in. But end 1-1 here, I think. Aït-Nouri with a throw in to Wirtz, to Arthur, to Gabriel, to Gallagher. Back to Wirtz. Ooh, bad pass there from Florian Wirtz. It's all over. Should have won that one. Not happy with that match, to be honest. But I suppose it could have been worse. Suppose we could have lost to them. We have Lask up here now. And then you have Tottenham. And then you have a week off. We for sure need some chance creation and chance conversion matches here, because, you know, it's not really... We for sure need an improvement on our squad's, like, ability to create. Throw, draw that, yeah. It wasn't great, honestly. It would have been nice to see us squeeze through with a win on that one, given that right now the teams above us are Tottenham, Leeds and Southampton. Kitchen for the new season has Barca sponsored by Pixar and Atletico sponsored by DreamWorks. That's really funny. I'm not gonna lie, it's very funny. Right, I think we'll play this match against LASK and we'll call it good on that one. Meanwhile, Rail are sponsored by Wish. That checks out, honestly. Though this Tottenham Hotspur match is quite big, I think we'll leave it at this LASK match. We're getting up to 5 hours streamed, so, you know, that's basically my end date. Fenerbahce of trying to sign a Dame Traore. We got a 54k for that. Oh, he should be playing for Portugal, 100%. Yeah, he's good enough to play for Portugal. He's probably better than the other Portuguese winger who we have. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, I need to change tomorrow's training. General match preparation, match tactics, outfield, physical, rest. There we go. Oh, hey, Zach scored a goal. Very nice. We're favorites here by a good amount. Also, Anto, while you weren't here, Evan went ahead and got himself injured for a few more weeks again. So he played 2 games and immediately got himself hurt again. Out for another 5 days to 2 weeks. Right, we're going to start Florian Wirtz. We're going to start Conor Gallagher. We're going to start Mjorten Hjulmand. We're going to start Alan Matoro. We're going to start Arthur. We're going to start Yukanari. My leg! Not that Evan, the other Evan. Ferguson Evan. Who has been Been pretty mediocre for the last little while, honestly. Is he the next Michael Owen? I fucking hope not. At least not in real life. In this game, if that's how it is, I will be selling him and bringing in someone new. I'll literally bring in some other new player if Evan Ferguson can't stay healthy. Man City want him. Now perfected his ability to play at a new position. Oh. I mean, listen, if Man City come in and buy him, I don't know, maybe I'd go out and get somebody else. He just doesn't want to play in Europa. I mean, he played in Europa the first year he was here. It's just that I don't necessarily think that if he can't stay fit, then I don't know what we're going to do with him. Because right now we're playing Lorenzo Luca in every single game, and the only players who we have who can back him up are like second tier players or players who can play at striker but aren't primarily strikers. Like, I don't want Evan Ferguson to go. Obviously, I'd prefer to keep him here. But if he can't stay fit, then he has to go. Oh, wow. Arthur has just ran through everybody here. Oh, my goodness. Arthur almost went on a single run there as a centre back. Oh, my goodness. Wirtz playing a bit like a libero there. Can't win the corner, but not bad. Malay. Moreira over a wide free kick to Rooney. Goes back to Moreira. Into the middle. Matoro's there to Collins who shoots. Goes over the top of the crossbar. Varga boots it up. Arthur's the one there. Nice takedown there. Hi, Minnie. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for the follow. Wirtz out wide to Moreira. Great pass there from Florian Wirtz. Goes back to Wirtz. Wirtz shoots. Ooh, a bit wide on that one. Close though. "20 minutes in here. Sugawara to Matoro. To Arthur, to Gallagher in the middle, to Rooney out wide. Rooney has to turn around and go back to Collins. Out wide to Sugawara. Sugawara takes on the defender, gets past him. Turns around, goes to Rooney, to Gallagher. Gallagher to Florian, to Moreira. Am I American? No, I'm Irish. Matoro. Gallagher in the middle. For the first time at my time in Vanessa, you have a full bench. Oh man, that sounds painful. Bernhard. To Schuster. Out wide. Corner kick here. Goes out wide. Schuster to Heiss to Herman. Varga boots it up. Wirtz to Arthur. 12 bench slots, never get the cash to fill them all. Ah, I see, right, yeah. Lorenzo Luca buries it. 5th goal of the season for Lorenzo Luca. Very nice. Very nice. Leon intercepted. Hjulmand. Collins. To Wirtz. Back to Arthur. Arthur cuts outside to Moreira. Moreira goes in the middle to Hjulmand. Hjulmand goes to Wirtz. Excellent pass. Wirtz is in behind. Ooh, not the greatest finish there from Florian. Corner kick. Grasser over it. Boots it. Heydrich goes over the net. One minute of added time. We are top of the Europa League right now. Very nice. Capable of doing even better. Honestly, I'd like to see us score a couple more goals here. Bernard to Leon. To Heiss. Back to Herman. To Heydrich. To Grasser. Tries to loop it in, but Arthur's there to catch it. Rooney out wide. $12 bench slots does feel like a lot, but I get it. Motoro down to Wirtz. Wirtz into the middle to Gallagher. Gallagher takes on and shoots. Varga makes a big save there. Gets onto the ground fast enough to stop the easy goal there. Rooney with a corner. Eyes up his options. Goes to Moreira out wide. Goes back to Rooney. Rooney was offside. Okay, I expected that. Collins to Wirtz in the middle. Out wide to Rooney. Rooney taking on everybody. Rooney goes up and high to Moreira at back post, but can't win it. Moreira goes out to get the ball. To Wirtz, to Gallagher in the middle. Ooh, Heiss blocked it. I thought there was a bad shot there by Gallagher, but no, it was a block. Wirtz boots it. Tete. Arthur can't quite keep the head down on that one. It's close though. Both of our centre-backs have played very, very well this game, which is good to see. I like seeing our centre-backs fill out yellow ratings. We are getting close to 70 minutes in here, so we're going to make a few changes. Elaine off for Van de Ven. I know he needs a rest. Rooney's not played well, so we're going to put on Trincao. Sugiwara off for Festi. Shrewsbury Hall on for Gallagher, just to give Shrewsbury Hall a bit of fitness. That's good for me for now. Shrewsbury Hall to Van de Ven. Shoots but blocked. Van de Ven picks up the rebound. Goes into Wirtz. Trincao blocked. Kraxner to Pefic. To Pegum. Collins takes it off of him. Arthur goes out wide to Moreira. To Wirtz. Wirtz to Moreira. Moreira eyes up his solutions to Wirtz out in the middle. Loses the ball. Varga boots it up. Collins heads it down to Trincao. Turns, takes on the defender. Gets in behind, goes to Lorenzo Luca, heads it. Varga doesn't need to make a save there. Goes up and off the crossbar. Herman to Ante. To Grasser. Interception there by Hjulmand. Shrewsbury Hall. Goes back to Trubin. Trubin out wide to Collins. Collins back to Arthur. Arthur goes up the middle, out wide to Van de Ven. Van de Ven pushes forward. Goes inside a little bit to Lorenzo Luca. To Hjulmand, out wide to Festia Bazelle, who has an easy way forward here with nobody marking him. Fast Festi into the middle of Trincao, gets blocked. Booted out. Arthur's there. Pushes down the line again. Moreira into the middle. Ooh, Herman intercepts. Goes out for a corner. It's good for squad rotation. Fair. That's fair. Wirtz over a corner here. Hoping to see a centre midfielder here or centre back score. Luke is there. Varga picks it out of the air. Close. Close, close, close. End of the match though. We've won 1-0. A bit of a let off, guys. If we go up against a tougher team there, we might have lost there, but we are tied with 6 points with Sevilla, Ghent, Rennes, Fiorentina, Dunstreda, a Slovakian team, and Tottenham up top. We won $500,000 for that. Very nice. So we're going to call that there. I'm just going to let the game process through this day so we can get to the next one. Ferguson's been looked over because he's struggling with injury right now. Gallagher's been dropped by England. Who's playing? Sasha's playing, Arthur's playing, and Smith playing, who's not at the club right now. Czech's playing, Evan Anto's playing, Dan Boy is playing, Mjorten's playing, Nathan Collins, Festi, and Travers are playing, Alan Matoro's playing, Mickey Van de Vins, Rooney, and Antonelli are playing. So, most of what we expected except for Ferguson, who has played 3 matches this year so far for us and has been injured for almost 2 months, I think, of the season so far. Got injured in a friendly and now has been injured in training. Righto, we're going to call the stream there. We are almost exactly 5 hours in, so we're going to find somebody to raid. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks again to FM Llama for the raid about halfway through the stream. It's very much appreciated. If those of you who followed today, big thanks for you. Big thanks to everybody here who's been with me all day. It's been very, very fun. Very, very nice to have you here. Let us raid out to... Let's see. Let me just go to my same category here. Who's in here? Stream straight out to another FM streamer. Let's see. The ads will be starting soon, but don't worry about that. We'll be finishing the stream before they run. Let's go to. Let's go to Jaeger TV. They're playing in the Serie B with Pro Patira 1919. Let's jump in here and say hello. Scotsman. Let's jump on in here, say hello. Make sure you behave yourself while you're there. It's been great having you guys here today. Thank you again for the follows. Thanks again for the raid. Make sure to check out the YouTube. Make sure you do everything you want to do. If you don't, hey, don't worry about it. Thanks for being here today, guys. See you guys tomorrow for another Wolves stream.